2022 marked the 5th year that I've been doing Captain Midnight, and even though I'm taking the holidays off, I wanted to release something to commemorate it. I figured what character better to do that with than the one hero I've covered the most, Spider-Man. So this video is going to be a long compilation of Spider-Man reviews and commentary that I've done over the past half-decade. I decided that instead of subjecting you to tons of my old microphone right up top, I'd rather organize these in the loose chronological order of Spidey himself, so some of these videos will be older than others. And I've left out a lot of the videos speculating about trailers and news for movies that have already come out. Before I start though, I want to say how grateful I am that you all have enabled me to do this at all. This channel gave me a creative project to focus on at a time in my life when I desperately needed one. And that wouldn't have been possible without the support that I've received from all of you since back in 2017. It wasn't something I expected, and I try to never take it for granted. So genuinely, thank you. Now, let's get to the webhead.
Captain Midnight.
1967, and the first appearance of the web-slinger on TV in ABC's Spider-Man. A show probably best known these days for the countless memes it spawned, as well as its iconic theme song. But the more I rewatched and read about this series, the more interested in it I became. Because honestly, it's just a really weird show. I feel like now when you see the show mentioned, it's because of the memes. But the content itself just isn't discussed that much. So I decided to set the jokes aside for a bit and really take a look at this bizarre version of the Spider-Man franchise and its surprisingly complicated production history. I think the thing that really makes the 67 series feel strange when you're watching it now is just how still it is. There's a really noticeable lack of motion in the show, especially outside of the swinging segments, as it basically tried to get away with as little movement as possible. The reason for this is obviously budgetary, but it goes a bit deeper than that. Animation in the late 60s was in a pretty tough spot. Sure, huge companies like Disney were still doing okay, with The Jungle Book being released in October of 1967, but if you were a smaller studio, things didn't look so good. The majority of animation being produced back then was for theatrical shorts. You know, like a Roadrunner cartoon that would play before a feature film in theaters across the world. But those were quickly falling out of fashion as the model kind of transitioned into what we know today. A lot of trailers and then straight into the movie. This hit animation studios really hard, with a ton of them going bankrupt, eventually including the company that produced the first season of Spider-Man. Still, many animators were hopeful that television would help offset the fall of the theatrical short and save the industry. And it did. Kind of. See, animation was, and remains, incredibly expensive. And for TV networks that had seen a lot of success from shows with really low production costs, like Captain Kangaroo and Bozo the Clown, they saw no real reason to spend anywhere near the level of money that theatrical shorts cost. Now there were exceptions, like the Peanut specials, but those aired in prime time for the whole family. If you were working on an animated cartoon airing on Saturday morning, chances are you were working with a shoestring budget and with very strict, very short deadlines. Spider-Man 1967 makes a lot more sense when watched with that knowledge. These animators were working under pretty impossible circumstances. No matter how talented they were, their main goal was just to have a finished episode, not to make a masterpiece. And that was hard enough, and it only got harder as the team was given less and less money and put on tighter and tighter deadlines every season. With that in mind, I'm actually kind of impressed with this show. Is it great? No, but it has a lot of personality, which is more than I can say about some Spider-Man animated shows. The first season is probably what most people think of when picturing this cartoon. The iconic theme song, the classic villains, it's all there. Rewatching these is kind of an interesting experience. Many Season 1 stories are pretty straight adaptations of early Lee and Ditko comics, but pretty simplified and stripped down, which is kind of the opposite of what we're used to at this point. I've seen and read so many versions of like the Scorpion's origin story, but I've never seen it this minimalist before. Every movement on screen or line a character says is only included because it's 100% essential to move the story forward. but with really fun 60s jazz in the background. Every character is boiled down to their most core attributes. Peter Parker is a shy nerd, made very clear from his constant fumbling attempts to ask out Betty Brant, usually giving up halfway through. They really go for a Superman thing here, with voice actor Paul Soles giving Peter a really nervous energy, while Spider-Man himself sounds more like a 45-year-old insurance salesman.
What's the matter? Run out of spider powers?
J. Jonah Jameson is also in his most pure, concentrated form here. He really hates Spider-Man, and he really wants pictures of him. Period. No deeper motive or more nuanced personality to be found, at least in these early episodes. The first season is easily the most faithful to the comics the show ever was, but there's still some pretty weird stuff in here. Take the episode The Witching Hour. This is the first TV appearance of Green Goblin, maybe Spider-Man's most famous villain. But instead of setting up the mystery of who he is, or building a story that has him going after Spider-Man, the episode is about the Green Goblin stealing a book of witchcraft, taking over Jameson's mind by getting him to read aloud Latin from a classified ad he placed in the Daily Bugle.
Iago, Vanitas, tu, Supernas. Clatu, Verada.
And then trying to call forth a bunch of spirits in a graveyard because he wants to join them, I guess? These things look straight out of Casper the Friendly Ghost, and in my favorite scene in the episode, they immediately decide that Goblin isn't cool enough to team up with them.
You are not fit to join our evil band.
It's really weird, and made even more funny by the fact that I don't think the words Norman Osborn are ever said on the show. Like, as far as I know, the Green Goblin is an actual goblin in this universe. I guess a goblin with like a lot of knowledge of newspaper classified ads. But it's in seasons 2 and 3 that the show goes in a really weird direction, for an interesting combination of reasons. A new showrunner was brought in to run things, Ralph Bakshi, who would later go on to be an indie animation legend, with movies like Fritz the Cat and Fire and Ice. This was his chance to prove to the industry that he could bring in a show on time and on budget, and both were in short supply. The Bakshi era of the show is definitely the most interesting, because I think it's the cartoon at both its best and its worst. The first episode he did, Season 2's The Origin of Spider-Man, is the single greatest episode of the show's run, in my opinion. The composition of the scenes and the real contrast between darkness and bright colors is a lot more stylish and compelling than Season 1. And as far as adaptation of Spidey's origin story goes, you could do a lot worse. But the reality of show running soon set in, and eventually Bakshi's job became less about making quality and more about finding creative ways to reuse footage. As the episodes go on, the reduced budget becomes really obvious. Now, some of that style is still there, but it's hamstrung by the fact that the character movements seem more limited than ever. And pretty much every pose Spider-Man strikes is one you've seen a dozen times before. When they were running out of money, the show would simply fill time by having Spider-Man do the same few swings he does in the title sequence, but against a different background. This really reached its peak in the episode Phantom from the Depths of Time. In it, an alien world is attacked by giant robotic bugs being controlled by a Skeletor-like villain. One of the alien hostages manages to send out a distress signal, which can only be picked up by Spider-Man's spider sense. So Peter Parker hops in a spaceship, makes it to the alien world, swings around the planet for a pretty long time before defeating the villain and his assistant Igor. Then he jumps back in his ship, which, side note, I think the show just ignores that it got ripped in half by giant bugs a few minutes earlier, and heads back to New York. If this doesn't sound like a 60s Spider-Man story to you, that's because it isn't. The producers, strapped for time and money, decided to take the majority of animation from another show they worked on called Rocket Robin Hood, which was basically a cartoon about Robin Hood set in space. So they would dip into animation and villains they had created for that show and basically swap out Robin Hood for Spider-Man, resulting in some of the most weird stories ever told with the character. Honestly, recapping episodes like Revolt in the Fifth Dimension feels more like describing a dream than anything from a Spider-Man cartoon. But in the end, I think that might be Spider-Man 1967's real legacy. The mixture of classic Spidey stories and these bizarre makeshift episodes result in one of the most unique versions of the character ever produced. In an interview Ralph Bakshi did with the Amazing Spider Talk, the animator makes it clear that he really liked the character and tried to do the best he could with Peter Parker and company under pretty tough circumstances. He didn't always succeed, but I'm not sure I'd trade this version of Spider-Man 67 for a more polished one, because what we have is pretty great in its own weird, stilted way. In some ways, it feels like 1994's Spider-Man the Animated Series will always be in the shadow of other shows. When it comes to superhero shows generally, especially in this period, Batman seems to tower above the rest. The moody Art Deco style of the Bruce Timm series just can't be matched. Add in the now iconic performances of Kevin Conroy and Mark Hamill, not to mention the creation of Harley Quinn, and you have what may very well be the definitive take on the character outside of the comics. Even with Marvel's 90s cartoons, X-Men seems to be maybe more fondly remembered. Honestly, even among Spider-Man cartoons, the 1994 series has maybe been overshadowed by the cancelled too soon Spectacular Spider-Man, which I do really love and have made a video on in the past. But where does that leave Spider-Man the Animated Series? Well, this week I wanted to dig into the legacy of the show, what I love about it, what I don't, and maybe most importantly, why I think it helped create a whole new generation of Spider-Man fans, before a single live-action movie was even made.
Something amazing is coming to a store near you this Saturday.
As someone born in the early 90s, Spider-Man the Animated Series was my introduction to the character's world. I do think I saw an episode of the 60s show first, but it was the 94 series that was on Fox Kids every week. And as a way to get to know the cast of characters around Peter Parker, it was pretty hard to beat. One of the series' biggest strengths, I think, is in its writing. Maybe not so much in the dialogue, which I admit can be pretty clunky at times, but in the storytelling itself. What the show excels at, maybe even more than the X-Men series honestly, is streamlining old comic storylines in a very smart way that retains what made those stories so exciting in the first place. A lot of the time, the show stuck closely to the comic canon, changing things mostly just to make stories less convoluted or just more suited to the television format. And that may sound kinda simple now, but one look at the history of Spider-Man cartoons before this one shows just how rare stuff like actually caring about the comics really was. No previous Spider-Man cartoon had ever given this much depth to Peter Parker himself, or really bothered to care about many of his supporting characters. That's pretty easy to take for granted now, but back then the detailed characterization, and especially the long, multi-episode story arcs, were a very risky move. And I think we mostly have one guy to thank for that: producer John Semper Jr., who wrote or co-wrote 60 of the show's 65 episodes. Brought in right before production started, Semper watched episodes of every previous Spider-Man show to try to get a feel for what his cartoon could do differently. And right away, he clashed with Marvel boss Avi Arad. Apparently, Arad just really wanted the show to be, quote, one big toy commercial, and Semper was determined to make sure that didn't happen. Both Arad and the network wanted him to avoid season-long story arcs, which they believed would only confuse viewers. But Semper managed to kind of sneak them in anyway, building stories off each other in a way where they were informed by episodes that came before, but also not in a way that would leave new viewers completely lost. Arad also didn't want the producer using characters like Madam Web. At the height of the 90s toy boom, the character didn't exactly scream top-selling action figure, but Semper just decided to use her in the final season, figuring they couldn't really fire him with the show over anyway.
Let me give you a hand! Sorry, Dr. Octopus!
Really, when you read about the production of the cartoon, probably the biggest takeaway is just how amazing it is that the show turned out well at all, considering all the restrictions that the team was working under. Not only did Semper and company have to please, or at least not piss off, the toy-hungry Avi Arad, who, as CEO of Toy Biz, really only bought Marvel in the first place to sell toys, they also had to contend with network censors. If you watch a lot of episodes of the show right in a row, you may start to notice something kind of weird about the Webheads' fighting style. He doesn't exactly throw a lot of punches, and when he does, he really doesn't tend to land them. In fact, Spidey seems to exclusively web or kick his opponents, thanks to a Fox Kids mandate to not have the hero punch people. And don't get me wrong, I think it makes perfect sense for a kids cartoon to want to avoid gore or a bunch of violence, but Spider-Man the Animated Series was working under much harsher restrictions than Batman was. No mention of death was really allowed, so you'll hear a lot of villains yell about wanting to destroy Spider-Man instead. Morbius wasn't allowed to suck blood, so this version of the character was always craving plasma. I mean, they weren't even allowed to show glass being broken, something that future shows like Spectacular would do all the time. So with all those restrictions and Marvel's insistence on selling toy-ready characters, it's kind of impressive that the show works as well as it does. Sometimes I even think it worked the censorship to its advantage. I think substituting lasers for guns gives the show a more distinct look. Spider-Man dodging laser blasts is just a really good visual that you wouldn't get otherwise. And since they can't actually say that Uncle Ben was murdered or died, they have to allude to it very vaguely, and it makes the scenes where his death is discussed kind of interesting. It almost feels like the wound is so fresh that going over it in detail is almost too emotional for Peter to bear, and that's really helped by the performances. Look, I acknowledge that this might just be nostalgia talking, but Christopher Daniel Barnes just is the voice of Spider-Man to me. To this day, when I read a Spider-Man comic, it is his voice in my head. He really throws himself into the role, sometimes, going a little too over the top, but always trying to bring as much emotion and feeling to Peter's voice as he can. Something older Spidey cartoons never really did. Then there's Jennifer Hale, the future Commander Shepard who voices probably the definitive Black Cat. Honestly, she is so good here that I always preferred Felicia to MJ on this show, and the episodes delving into her origin I think are some of the show's best. And whether it was the Vulture, Kraven the Hunter, or the Hobgoblin, the show always did a great job of translating Spider-Man's villains to the screen. Unlike previous Spider-Man cartoons, it always made sure to key into the character's psychology a bit to try to create a believable human emotion. And whether it was the Vulture's fear of aging, or Kraven's surprisingly complex relationship with his fiancée, the show was never willing to introduce a character just because they needed to sell an action figure. It's really clear that a lot of care was put into almost every villain he fought. I'm especially impressed with how the show handled Venom and Carnage. Adapting Doc Ock or a lot of the other 60s villains for kids' TV probably wasn't too difficult, since they were created to be in very kid-friendly comics in the first place. But these two are a very different story. They're both darker, grimmer characters, and there's some stuff in their comic origin that the show just couldn't touch. Like, they couldn't outright say that Cletus Cassidy was a serial killer. They had to work around being that blunt and just imply things. In a weird way, it reminds me of old Hollywood movies, where they were still working under the Hays Code, where writers and directors were often able to kind of gesture towards darker ideas without outright saying them. And I think, at least in Carnage's case, it actually worked to the show's advantage. I mean, as a kid, imagining what this guy was capable of was just as scary as really hearing about it. In the end, even if I don't quite think it measures up to some of the great ideas and risks taken in Spectacular Spider-Man, I still really admire the animated series. Working under so many weird, annoying restrictions, both from the network and Marvel itself, Team was able to create a show that stayed true to what works about these characters. It still serves as the perfect entry point for young fans too, as it lays out the mythologies of these characters very clearly, and in a way that makes the sometimes convoluted comics look a lot more approachable. It may have only ran 65 episodes over the course of 5 seasons, but its legacy has lasted so much longer. There's been no shortage of Spider-Man cartoons. They've aired on different networks through the years, from ABC to MTV to Disney XD and more. They all really reflect when they were made too, so looking back on them almost functions like a crash course in the history of animation on television. So before I start, I want to say that in a way, I value all of these shows, but come on, we all know that some are a little or a lot better than others. So I'm gonna dig in and rank them from less than amazing to the absolute best.
How down payment.
Number 9, Spider-Man Unlimited. So I know this show has its fans and I'll probably take a little heat for this, but man, I do not like Spider-Man Unlimited. In it, Spider-Man hitches a ride into space where he finds himself on a planet in the middle of a civil war involving animal-humanoid hybrids. If you're listening to that and thinking, that doesn't really sound like Spider-Man, you'd be right. That's my main problem with this show. Everything that makes Spider-Man Spider-Man is stripped away, leaving us with a series set on an alien world that could feature literally any superhero as its lead. Most of the old cast from the 1994 series is gone, replaced with a bunch of goofy new characters that Fox probably expected to sell a lot of toys with. Well, that didn't really work out, and the show was cancelled before the first season even finished. I will say this for the show though, the animation was pretty slick for TV in 1999. Still, the fact that this doesn't even feel like Spider-Man to me lands it pretty firmly at the bottom of my list. Number 8, Spider-Man 1981. The 60s cartoon doesn't exactly hold up that well, but it's definitely more fun to go back and watch than this very boring early 80s update. It's not bad exactly, it's just totally uninspired. You can tell that the writers were really just cashing a paycheck, and the animation is pretty dull as well. Overall, there's just not that much to say about this one. As an introduction to Spider-Man and his world, it probably did a perfectly fine job for kids back then, but there's very little reason to go back to it now unless you want to be a total Spidey completist. Number 7, Spider-Man and His Amazing Friends. The second Spider-Man cartoon of 1981, and by far the more ambitious one, Spider-Man and His Amazing Friends gets big points from me for being the first Spider-Man show to really dive into the larger Marvel universe. Now, it's not great storytelling by any means, but Amazing Friends was trying to do so much more than its companion solo show. In addition to introducing Iceman and Firestar as co-leads and as friends of Peter's from college, it also had episodes with Doctor Doom, the X-Men, and Captain America. It was even the first ever appearance of Wolverine on TV. Yeah, he has an Australian accent for some reason, but I mean, he's there.
How you doing? Want a piece of fruit?
Overall, Amazing Friends isn't a great show, but it's far more ambitious than the ones that came before it, and expanded the web-slinger's world more than anyone had ever seen outside of comics. Plus, the episodes with the evil video arcade machine Video Master are pretty great.
Oh no!
Number 6, Spider-Man 1967. So this is a weird one, because I debated putting this show both at the bottom of the list or a little closer to the top. The thing is, it's not good, but I kind of love it. It's so goofy and cheap looking with storylines that feel totally hallucinatory at times. It was also my first introduction to the character. I remember watching it, I think on VHS at a daycare when I was like 4 or 5, and having my mind totally blown. Looking at it now, that's pretty hard to imagine. But still, it's the show that launched 1,000 memes for a reason. It is really funny to watch now. There's absolutely no internal logic to it half the time. Like, look at this. What is this? What am I looking at here? I have no idea, but whatever it is, I love it, stiff animation and all. Number 5, Ultimate Spider-Man. So I think that in my video about the newest Spider-Man show, I said that I liked Ultimate more, and I gotta say, going back and rewatching some episodes for this video, I was wrong. I kind of can't stand this show. Now don't get me wrong, it looks good, it's got some solid voice acting, and every once in a while it has some really decent joke writing. But, and keep in mind, this is coming from someone well outside of its target demographic, I just find it really annoying. Like, it gives me a headache. It's doing a very specific thing, and I guess it's doing that well, but that thing is just really not for me. Now, I've heard the later seasons improve, and I don't doubt that's true, but this version of Peter Parker just doesn't really feel like Peter Parker to me. Anyway, I'll move on from this one since I probably just sound like a cranky old man right now. Number 4, Marvel Spider-Man. So remember how I said that the 1981 show wasn't terrible, it was just kind of boring and uninspired? The most recent Spider-Man series kind of feels like that, but for the 2010s. Now, maybe that's kind of harsh. It's actually not bad these days. I think it's really improved over the course of its run. And it has a big advantage over the much older shows, in that while I don't love the animation, it is inarguably more fast and fluid, resulting in some pretty good action scenes. As the show has gone on, the character work has improved as well, to the point where I actually kind of like this show now. I don't ever see it cracking the top 3 spots, but I don't think it's a bad watch either. Number 3, Spider-Man the New Animated Series. 2003 was a weird time for Spider-Man. His first movie had just come out a year earlier and was a much bigger hit than anyone expected. And suddenly the character wasn't just an old icon, he'd become a new phenomenon. Which is probably why MTV, of all networks, was eager to scoop up a new animated show about his college adventures. Acting as both this weird quasi-sequel to the first Raimi movie and a very loose adaptation of the Ultimate Comics, the result was a show that I don't think looks great today due to some very dated CG, but it was very solidly written. MTV was probably a bad match for Spidey since the show only lasted 1 season, but it did allow the writers to be much more mature than most Spider-Man cartoons could ever be. And that really paid off, as the show did a lot of great stuff with Peter, MJ, and Harry Osborn. It's really too bad that the animation looks like it does and that it only lasted 1 season, because otherwise I think this could have gone toe-to-toe with the best.
Old spider sense tells me he's over there. Out!
Number 2, Spider-Man the Animated Series. What can I say about this show that hasn't been said already? It's a classic, and especially at the time, it blew away all other Spider-Man adaptations with ease, with its long, winding story arcs and intense focus on Peter as a character. I think it's really only beaten by Batman's animated series as the best superhero cartoon of the 90s. These days, it is easy to see the cracks. The animation is very stiff by today's standards, and some of the voice acting can be unintentionally funny, but overall it still holds up as a pretty incredible version of the webhead. I think where the show really shined was with its villains, with its versions of Hobgoblin and Venom being almost the definitive versions of those characters in my mind. Like, when I picture Venom, to this day, it's kind of this Venom that I'm thinking of. I also love that it's not afraid to get really big and cosmic. Sure, the episodes could get clunky, but they always took really big swings. Also, this show has an amazing J. Jonah Jameson, maybe the best ever outside of J.K. Simmons. I could honestly talk about this show all day, but I'll try to move on to number 1, The Spectacular Spider-Man. You probably predicted this, because yeah, it is kind of predictable. But for me, this is just the best version of Spider-Man ever put on TV. So much care was put into the writing of this show that it takes it out of the realm of just being a good kids cartoon and makes it a great TV show, period. The dialogue is sharp, the plotting is perfectly paced. In its 2 short seasons, it's kind of hard for me to find anywhere where it really tripped up. The animation might not be all that much to look at when judging by screenshots, but it really shines in those action scenes, where all the money and time saved by the more simplistic designs really shows up on screen, giving us some of the most fast-paced and thrilling Spider-Man battles I've ever seen. It may not have lasted long, but in its short time on the air, I think it really earned the top spot on this list. So this is a pretty unusual video for me. I usually kind of stay in my own little YouTube bubble working on my own thing, but last week I saw a video called Sam Raimi's Spider-Man Trilogy, Worse Than You Remember, and had some opinions. Okay, a lot of opinions. So I figured this week I'd try something a little different and reply to some of the criticisms of that video. It's from Marcus over at the Cosmonaut Variety Hour. I've put a link to the video in the description, which I highly encourage you to check out, so you can decide for yourself if I'm being fair to it and not taking anything out of context. Also because it's pretty funny and well edited. First off, I want to say that I'm not going to be responding to it point by point for a few reasons. One, it's very long and there's some parts that I agree with, like the actors looking way too old to be in high school, the special effects in the first film being pretty shaky even for the time, and that some of the film feels dated today. 2, a lot of the video is actually more for comedic purposes than actual criticism, which is totally fine, but I don't need to respond to it. And the last last section of the video is about Spider-Man 3, which has been criticized over and over again, usually very accurately, so I'm not going to spend much time on it here. And finally, the simple fact that a lot of the points are kind of unfair nitpicks. Like this part, where he criticizes that no one present at Doc Ock's experiment is wearing protective gear.
Firstly, he has this extremely dangerous demonstration in his apartment with no protective gear given to anybody in the room other than goggles for himself.
And it's like, alright, there's two ways I could respond to that. One is by saying that an aspect of Otto's personality is that he's very self-confident. The guy clearly has a healthy ego. Earlier in the movie, we even see him laugh off the idea that this experiment could be dangerous at all. He's clearly not worried about it, so it probably never occurred to him that these people would even need protective gear. But that's the kind of criticism that it seems kind of goofy for me to even respond to at all, because, let's be honest, would the movie be better if these people were in hard hats and goggles? Not really. It's just a minor nitpick and there's really no reason to focus on it. So I'm gonna ignore most of those, except maybe the ones that really annoy me. Instead, I'm really gonna hone in on 2 points. Why I don't think the video gives due credit to the character work of the first 2 films, and why I think he misses the mark when criticizing the unique Raimi sense of humor. So with all that being said, let's dive in.
I love animals, but this is too much.
First off, I want to play a very minor critique of Marcus's that I think illustrates a larger problem with the way he approaches these movies.
For now, let's look at how Harry introduces his dad.
Peter, may I introduce my father, Norman Osborn?
Why would you introduce your dad by his full name? That's kind of weird, but whatever.
So I agree with him here that a guy introducing his best friend to his dad using his full name is pretty weird. It's kind of overly formal, right? So did the screenwriter just get really lazy here or what? Well, no. We've just watched Harry and Norman talk in the car and seen how uneasy they are just being around each other. It's pretty clear, and it becomes even clearer as the movie goes on, that these two do not exactly have a healthy father-son relationship. Harry desperately wants Norman's approval, and Norman is constantly reminding Harry that he doesn't have it. In that context, this awkward, formal introduction makes sense. It's kind of an awkward, formal relationship. And I don't think Marcus really pays that much attention to Harry's, or really any of the other supporting players' character arcs at all, outside of their function as a plot device for Peter's story. Like in this moment, where he criticizes the bad acting from the extras in the first film. That would be exactly the kind of nitpick I'd ignore, except then he throws in this clip of Harry.
Even main characters have a chance of devolving into idle Sims when they're not the focus of the scene.
Now, I like the idle Sims line, but I think he's missing one thing. This is not bad nonverbal acting from James Franco. It's actually the opposite. Think about what this scene actually is. Norman has just walked up to his son's high school graduation, given Harry a backhanded compliment.
Great, you made it. It's not the first time I've been proven wrong.
And then immediately moved on to talking to Peter. He congratulates Peter on winning the science award, puts his arm on his shoulder, and tells him he knows he's had a rough time since Uncle Ben's death. So this awkward little duck out of the conversation, it's not bad acting. It's Harry realizing that that crappy congratulations is all he's gonna get from his dad. Now that may seem like a small point to criticize, but for me, Marcus overlooking the more subtle character work in these movies is one of my biggest issues with this video. And I think that becomes even more evident when he talks about Aunt May.
And then we have Aunt May, who nags the shit out of Peter Parker in every scene that he's in. She abuses random people. Ow! And in the most egregious instance of mischaracterization, she makes Peter feel more guilty for Uncle Ben's death. At a crucial point in the movie, Peter is like, hey, Aunt May, it's been eating me up inside. I basically caused Uncle Ben's death. I didn't know how to tell you, and I'm so sorry. All I want is forgiveness. And she's basically like, wow, you're a piece of bye. And then she just leaves.
Okay, I'm gonna be honest, this kind of annoyed me. I don't think that criticism is fair to the character, and it completely disregards the performance. Rosemary Harris is great in Spider-Man 2. She brings so much depth to a character that's often reduced to being really one note. And honestly, it kinda seems like Marcus would have preferred her to be more one-dimensional. Let's talk about that scene at the dinner table that he criticized. This, in my opinion, is one of the best scenes in any superhero movie ever. It's smartly smartly written, emotionally acted, and treats its characters like human beings, not cartoons. Marcus seems to have a problem with Aunt May's response here, like it was really selfish or something for her to not forgive Peter on the spot, and I just don't get it. I mean, think about it for a second. Aunt May, who has been dealing with the death of her husband for like, what, maybe a year tops, was just told that not only did Peter have a chance to stop his murder and didn't, he was also there when he died and had been lying about it this whole time. That would be a lot for anyone to process, so, you know, maybe cut the woman some slack. Aunt May isn't a saint, she's a person and she reacted like one. Oh, and also he seems to take issue with May being kind of mean to this guy who just denied her a much needed loan, and you know what, fine, but in my book, people being mean to smarmy bankers played by Joel McHale is extremely good and should be in way more movies. Then there's this scene in the yard, which he completely dismisses.
Even when Peter comes back and he tries to talk about it again, you know, to get some closure, she's basically like, well, you f***ed up, but whatever. This is not Aunt May, and it makes me really mad.
Which, again, is like totally baffling to me. Not only does May clearly forgive Peter in this scene, she also then delivers the speech that verbalizes Peter's entire character arc in Spider-Man 2 in a really great, well-written, and earned way. But the video doesn't even mention that. In fact, he never really talks about the character arcs at all, except to dismiss the ones that annoy him. He doesn't like that Harry keeps bringing up how mad he is at Spider-Man, which, again, I mean, cut the guy a break. He believes his best friend knows Spider-Man, the man he believes murdered his dad in cold blood. I mean, I would have a pretty hard time letting that one go too. But Marcus seems to dislike Mary Jane most of all. And there's some stuff I agree with him on here. It is lame and lazy that she's put into this damsel in distress role 3 times in a row. That, I agree, is a pretty glaring flaw in the trilogy. But again, I think he really misreads her arc in Spider-Man 2, painting her as this kind of awful Machiavellian villain, saying that
she spends the whole movie f***ing with Peter's emotions.
Now there might be some truth to that, but it kind of ignores that from her perspective, Peter is doing the exact same thing. Without knowing he's Spider-Man, his actions would be insanely confusing to anyone else. Marcus seems to think she's hitting on Peter in this scene in the backyard. Yeah, it's an intimate moment, but what she's clearly trying to do is to get him to open up and actually tell her, for once, what's really going on with him. And you know, after all they've been through, I don't think it's wrong of her to want that. Then, after he makes it clear that he's not going to let her in pretty much at all, she tells him she's seen someone. Is this petty like Marcus claims? Sure, maybe a little, but it's also human and it makes sense. I don't know about you, but I wouldn't want to watch movies about perfect people who do the exact right thing all the time. Anyway, then Marcus really ups the ante and says she only got engaged to John Jameson as revenge on Peter.
You learn that she's only f***ing this other guy because she's mad at Peter Parker. She agrees to marry him right after she yells at Peter Parker. It's just because she's mad at him.
Come on. Now, I admit, the MJ John Jameson subplot is pretty undercooked in Spider-Man 2, and who knows, maybe she did develop this serious relationship with an astronaut just to get back at Peter for not wanting to make out in a cemetery. But I kinda doubt it. What makes a lot more sense to me is that she met Jameson and really liked him, but was still really into Peter, and after he made it clear that there was no chance of that going anywhere, she tried to move on with her life with this, you know, boring astronaut guy. So I don't think it was any sort of evil master plan to make Peter miserable. So yeah, there's a lot of stuff that I think this video just doesn't care about when it comes to the character development in these movies. But let's move on to what seems to be Marcus's real sticking point with these films. How goofy they are.
Got you now, Spider-Man!
One thing that Marcus touches on over and over in his video is just how funny he thinks these movies are, from corny lines from extras to the really over-the-top performances of Willem Dafoe and J.K. Simmons, and I agree with him. I think all that stuff is really funny and enjoyable. But I think there's one big difference between us. I think all of that stuff is a very intentional choice on director Sam Raimi's part, and while I really hesitate to put words into Marcus's mouth, he seems to view it, at best, as a happy accident, or some kind of so bad it's good situation. It really surprised me when he mentioned how much one scene in Spider-Man 2 reminded him of The Evil Dead, because up to that point I was under the assumption that he wasn't very familiar with Raimi's past work, or else he wouldn't be so weirded out by some of the stranger elements of the movies. Now look, I'll be the first to admit that there are aspects of the Raimi movies that are super corny, and if you think that stuff is really dumb, that's totally fine. For me, the cornball extras, the women screaming at the top of their lungs in an homage to old monster movies, and goofy stuff like this is really appealing. And part of what makes these movies so great is how it balances that stuff with the really grounded scenes. That's a very, very tough balance to pull off. Spider-Man 1 does it well, 2 does it incredibly well, and 3, well, you know. But anyway, if Marcus thinks there's not much weight to these emotional scenes, then I can totally see the balancing act not really working for him. But I don't really see the wacky Raiminess of the movies as a liability. If anything, they're the movie's greatest asset. The original Spider-Man trilogy came out before the modern superhero movie genre had really come into its own. And because of that, it gets away with some more interesting personal touches that many films today just couldn't. And just like Chris Nolan brought his more serious, broody sensibility to his Batman movies, Raimi did the same with his own unique style. And honestly, that's something that I really cherish and value. That kind of personal vision is what separates your Ragnaroks from your Dark Worlds. And even though Raimi's vision of Spider-Man's world is maybe a little more heightened than some would like it to be, it's undeniably 100% pure Sam Raimi. And for me, it really doesn't get much better than that. As many of you probably know, Mysterio in Far From Home isn't Jake Gyllenhaal's first brush with the franchise, as he nearly replaced Tobey Maguire in Spider-Man 2. He's even talked about this a bit on the press tour. But the more I looked into what I thought was just kind of a weird little fun fact, the more I felt like I wanted to tell this story in a video. Considering how great Spider-Man 2 turned out, how important the character himself is, and how many weird twists and turns there are in this, it just seems like a story worth telling. First, I want to credit my sources, which you can find in the description below. Both the LA Times and Variety did a lot of great reporting on this back in the early 2000s. And second, it should be said that although I've tried my best to tell the most well-researched version of this story that I can, there's a lot of people involved that have given a lot of different statements of these events through the years, many of them even contradicting each other. The real events were probably even more complicated and involved factors that I wasn't able to include here simply because they weren't really publicly discussed in interviews or reported on. So with all that being said, let's take a little trip back to the year 2000.
Surprise!
2000 was the year that Sam Raimi's Spider-Man cast the young Tobey Maguire as Peter Parker. It was considered a mildly odd move at the time since he didn't exactly have a lot of star power. He was respected as an actor though, having starred in Pleasantville and the year's critically acclaimed Wonder Boys. But Spider-Man wasn't a mid-budget quirky dramedy. It was a $140 million movie. That was even more than Mission Impossible 2, which seemed like a much safer bet with a much bigger star at the helm. As for the director, Sam Raimi had made movies with big cult followings and had done a few studio films, but he'd never been trusted with a movie on this scale before. It may seem like an obvious hit now, but in 2000, after decades in development hell, many thought Spider-Man could be a catastrophic flop for Columbia. Raimi felt that pressure intensely.
I feel like there's a great bar of expectation that I have to meet. It better be damn good. That's all I'm thinking, and that's what occupies all of my waking hours and all of my sleepless nights. Is it good enough? Is it right for the character? All I can do is what makes the character work for me, and what I was attracted to when I read the comic books, and try and bring that to the big screen in a Spider-Man movie and hope that appeals to everyone else.
In the end though, everything obviously worked out fine. Better than fine, really, as Spider-Man ended up being the first movie in history to pass $100 million in its first weekend. Raimi and company had pulled it off, as the movie surpassed any expectations that Sony and Columbia could have had for it. So of course, a sequel became inevitable, and Raimi was more than happy to get going on the next installment. Meanwhile, Tobey Maguire was busy shooting Seabiscuit over at Universal, a movie about the famous Depression-era racehorse in which Maguire had a pretty major role as jockey Red Pollard. That film, with its elaborate racing sequences, was a pretty time-consuming project. and Columbia okayed moving production of Spider-Man 2 back from January to April 2003 to accommodate Maguire's shooting schedule. Things were getting a little bit strained though. Although by all accounts they had gotten along well during the filming of the first movie, there was allegedly tension forming between Raimi and Maguire during the earliest pre-production phase of the second. Spider-Man 1 had been well received, but critics agree the movie had its flaws. The big one being the special effects, which Roger Ebert called as convincing as Mighty Mouse.
Hi, boys and girls. Here we go, rocketing into a fun-filled, exciting cartoon show.
That was probably tough for Sam Raimi to hear, considering he grew up loving the art of special effects and prided himself on always doing the best he could with what he had. He knew that Spider-Man 2's effects, with his added experience and a bigger budget, needed to blow the first films out of the water. There was just one problem. To get started working on those effects, Raimi's team needed a new computer scan of Tobey Maguire's body, which they would then use to lay the groundwork for the movie's CG. Their star didn't seem to be in any hurry though, and hadn't shown up to get it done. Now Raimi denies having a lot of friction with Maguire, but he admits that he wasn't thrilled.
I wanted our movie to be the most important thing in his life. I felt he thought this would impact his work on Seabiscuit. Anytime the picture isn't the best that it can be and the effects aren't the best that they can be, I'm not happy at that point. Yes, I really wanted that scan, and yes, I was fighting to get it.
Maguire later said that he regretted this delay and explained the problem in an interview. Part of it was scheduling, and part of it was that I had a beard for Seabiscuit and they needed me clean shaven. I could have come in a little earlier, but I was exhausted and I didn't understand the importance of it. I was working on Seabiscuit 6 days a week, 14 or 15 hours a day, and then it was, do I want to go in on the 7th day for an 8-hour cyber scan? If I had understood the great importance of it for Sam, then I probably would have kicked myself and done it anyway. Maguire went on to admit that his behavior going into Spider-Man 2 was, quote, inappropriate. But the scan would turn out to be the least of Columbia and Maguire's problems. Now, okay, this is where things get complicated and people's stories get a bit conflicting. So first, a little background. Tobey Maguire had signed on to Spider-Man for a reported $3 to $4 million. Obviously, this is far from a small sum, but the movie had performed better than anyone expected. And unlike these days where superhero actors often sign up to their franchises for like 3 to 6 picture deals, Maguire had a chance to renegotiate his pay for the second movie. He was allegedly unhappy that producer Laura Ziskin had made $25 to $30 million off of Spider-Man while he'd made less than half of that, and wanted a significant raise going into Spider-Man 2. This kicked off a pretty tense negotiation which, from what I can tell, went on a lot longer than these things usually do. Which brings us to Tobey Maguire's back. Spider-Man and Seabiscuit had both been very physical shoots, involving horse riding, hanging up on wires for hours, and combat training. And according to the actor, that had taken a serious toll on his back, which was often in pain during the shooting of Seabiscuit. So his representatives went to Columbia saying that they would need to accommodate his back pain during the Spider-Man 2 shoot. Apparently this was the last straw for the studio, who, from most accounts, believed it to be nothing more than a negotiating tactic at best, and at worst, an attempt to sabotage their very valuable sequel. Though it should definitely be noted that Maguire denies all of this, calling it, quote, ridiculous, and that money was never the point at all. Fair or not, the idea that he was just holding out for a bigger payday definitely seems to be the assumption that the studio was working under. In addition to that though, Sam Raimi has said he was really worried about the actor's health and was afraid he could permanently injure Maguire's back when shooting the stunt. So they decided to look at other actors, and the name that rose to the top was Jake Gyllenhaal. The star of the feel-good drama October Sky and the cult hit Donnie Darko, Gyllenhaal was exactly the kind of young, soulful actor they could see stepping into the role of Peter Parker. In his recent press tour for Far From Home, Gyllenhaal has kind of downplayed his connection to Spider-Man 2, saying that there was a slew of actors up for the role and he was simply one of them. In an old interview though, Sam Raimi seems to remember things a bit differently, saying they essentially had him ready to take over if Maguire couldn't return.
I had heard that he could be paralyzed if there was an injury to his back, so I called Jake. I said, Jake, Tobey's back is such that I can't be as irresponsible as to ask him to play the part. It breaks my heart because I really wanted him to be in the movie. I think he's the right Spider-Man. But if I can't have Tobey, you're the man for me.
But was a deal with him ever signed? Well, the studio itself denies it, but reporters at the time didn't seem to buy that. Either way though, the point was made very clear to Maguire. He was very close to losing his most well-known role to Jake Gyllenhaal. This didn't go over well for obvious reasons, but maybe for some more personal ones too. So, okay, look. I try to stay away from going too TMZ on this channel. I'm not very interested in actors' personal lives outside their work. But the fact is, Maguire's love life kind of plays a role not once, but twice in this story, so it kind of feels necessary to include it. At the time, it was heavily reported that Gyllenhaal was dating Tobey Maguire's ex-girlfriend. Already kind of an unfortunate coincidence, but made a lot more so by the fact that she was none other than Kirsten Dunst, who I assume you're all familiar with. This probably put all three of them in a pretty awkward position, so understandably none of them have been very eager to discuss it in an interview. Well, except for Sam Raimi, who acknowledged that before shooting, he was worried that Maguire and Dunst would no longer have the same chemistry, since they had broken up around the time that the first movie was released. Anyway, Tobey Maguire was worried. The fact is, Gyllenhaal was a great actor too, and everyone knew it. An anonymous source in Maguire's camp even told the LA Times the move would probably work.
A year from now, the public wouldn't know the difference.
Maguire had been totally shocked by how quickly the studio had been ready to recast. I never understood we were at that point. There was a period where I didn't know what I could do to work it out. I felt a little bit at a loss. So Maguire discussed it with his then girlfriend Jennifer Meyer, who, as luck would have it, was the daughter of Universal Studios president Ronald Meyer, the studio that Maguire was shooting Seabiscuit for. The elder Meyer saw the writing on the wall and thought the situation was much more urgent than Maguire believed. After all, the Spider-Man franchise was Maguire's ticket to superstardom, and losing that could be a huge blow to his career. He pointed to the career of Michael Keaton, who had never really reached the same heights in terms of popularity after he left the role of Batman. An anonymous Hollywood agent quoted at the time agreed, saying,
"You can be a really great actor without being a movie star. If he hadn't returned to Spider-Man, Tobey Maguire the actor would have survived. But Tobey Maguire, the multi-million-dollar movie star? I don't know."
So Meyer and Maguire immediately sprung into action to win back the role of the web-slinger. In case they wanted to take Columbia and Sony to court, they tried to hire Burt Fields, a lawyer famous for taking on big studios. But they quickly found out that Fields had just been put on retainer by Columbia. So instead, they decided the best way to go was to get Maguire a clean bill of health. Columbia took a lot of convincing, and Maguire had to undergo a full physical exam, and even had to have his doctor talk with Spider-Man 2's stunt coordinators. Eventually though, they relented. Sam Raimi wanted Maguire back, and all seemed to agree that it would be best for the film itself. Still, many on the crew apparently weren't very happy with the actor, and Maguire seems to acknowledge this and even take some responsibility for the falling out, saying, "I'm glad I got to look these people in the face and say, I'm really sorry, I'm gonna do whatever it takes." Maguire also said that he believes most of these issues could have been resolved much easier if he had just gone to the producers and Sam Raimi personally during the production of Seabiscuit, instead of mostly speaking through publicists and agents.
You're responsible for that? Yep.
Everything seems to have worked out though, as Raimi and company did have a special back brace made for Maguire that was used while shooting stunts. Maguire also did end up getting a raise for the film, though it's hard to say if it was anywhere near what he was initially looking for. Most importantly though, Spider-Man 2 just turned out to be an incredible movie. Ebert even called it one of his favorite films of the year, giving it a glowing 4 stars. We'll probably never know everything that happened behind the scenes that really caused the rift between Tobey Maguire, Sam Raimi, and Columbia, but in the end, at least they were able to put aside all of that and deliver one of the best blockbusters of the 2000s. You know, hearing the words Spider-Man and 4 together still make me a little sad to this day. And we all know why. Sam Raimi's Spider-Man trilogy just didn't go out on a high note. While I kind of like Spider-Man 3 and find a lot to admire about the film, for me, there's just no denying that it's the weakest of the 3 movies, and kind of by a large margin too. The fact that Spider-Man 3 is a letdown, and that a lot of that has to do with Sony's interference on the production of the film, just leaves such a bitter taste in my mouth, because it's so clear that Raimi and his take on Peter Parker deserve a swan song that's as good as the rest of the series. The fact that he'll almost certainly never get one, maybe a cameo in Spider-Verse 2 or something at best, is definitely one of the sadder stories in blockbuster filmmaking. A few years ago, a channel called Cut Short did a great video about the production history behind Spider-Man 4, which I'll try to remember to put a link to in the description. But this video isn't really about the facts of why the film fell apart. Instead, I just wanted to spend this week talking about what I would have loved to have seen based on the few elements of the script and the storyboards that we do know about. So with that being said, let's jump back to 2011. Not the boring, lame one that we actually got, the version where Spider-Man 4 really hit theaters on its planned release date of May 6th. So I'll quickly try to lay out what we do know about Spider-Man 4. It would have opened with a montage of Spidey hauling in some supervillains that he beat with relative ease, including Bruce Campbell as Mysterio. It would have featured the Vulture, possibly played by John Malkovich or Ben Kingsley. And it would have had Felicia Hardy in it, probably played by Anne Hathaway. Not as Black Cat though, as a character who would eventually become Vultress, and who would try to take down Spider-Man as well. I'm gonna try to use this as a vague outline when talking about what I would have liked to have seen. But remember, none of these deals were ever finalized, so I'm not going to consider it set in stone. Lots of these things probably would have changed from this early stage. So if I had to change something based on this pitch that we already have, I would have really liked to have seen Felicia Hardy actually as the Black Cat here. If her function in the story is to fight Spider-Man at the end on Vulture's behalf, she could still do that as her original character. Black Cat isn't usually a full-blown villain, but there's plenty of reasons why she would fight Spidey. That's kind of one of her favorite things to do. Anne Hathaway, who would go on to play Catwoman a year after Spider-Man 4 was supposed to be released, is a very solid casting choice here, I think. I could see her and Maguire having some fun chemistry on screen. And Tobey's Peter Parker being as earnest and occasionally dorky as he is, would just be a really fun version of the character to put up against Black Cat, who is incredibly good at flustering Peter and throwing him off his game.
Skate on, my son.
It's a little weird to talk about a different take on Vulture post-Homecoming, where Michael Keaton did such a great job, but I do really like what Raimi seemed to have been going for here. Apparently, he knew that viewers might have a hard time taking the elderly villain seriously, so he wanted to go with someone who the audience could really fear in the role. And for that, John Malkovich is a pretty perfect choice. But okay, we have the elements in place, but what should be the real heart of the story? One sort of minor thing that I would really like to see dealt with is Peter's feelings about Harry Osborn's death. I've always thought Harry's Rush story was the worst element of 3. And even though Alex at High Tops Films made a really great defense of it in his video on the film, for me, this is just one of the greatest letdowns of the Raimi trilogy. We had 2 movies of really well-constructed build-up to Harry's turn against Peter, and it was really depressing to see the payoff to that kind of shoved into a C-plot. I think 4 could have really made up for that, at least partially. It could be that even after months, or maybe even a full year or 2 has gone by, Peter still has a lot of unresolved feelings about his death, and is kind of haunted by him. I mean, his best friend went from hating him and calling him a murderer to sacrificing his own life for him. That's bound to mess with anyone's head, especially with someone who's as self-critical as Peter Parker. Also, I know the plan was probably only for him to be in it for a scene or 2, but I would have loved to have seen Bruce Campbell's Mysterio be a supporting character in the film. It's clear that his take was going to be very different from what we ended up with in Far From Home. Probably he would have been more of a campy joke, not a feared supervillain. And that's fine with me because Campbell would be amazing at that. That's why it'd be so great if he was in more than just 1 or 2 scenes. Like maybe this Quentin Beck was working with the Vulture before he went to jail and now realizes he's in way over his head and has to ask Spider-Man for help. Campbell is just so good at playing overconfident cowards, and I think that would just be the perfect way to go here. Another area that I think Spider-Man 4 could have been really different from the rest of the franchise is to fully embrace how old Peter Parker and Tobey Maguire were. He should just be married to MJ in this one. Like, no build-up, no big on-screen wedding. The movie just jumps in with the pair being a married couple. Like, Peter Parker was a married man for literally decades in the comics. But for the past 20 years or so, Marvel has shied away from this over and over again, especially in adaptations. It's like they're really afraid to just let Peter age. Spider-Man 4 could have cut against that and just presented a Peter Parker who was unapologetically older. Don't get me wrong, I like high school Spider-Man a lot, but I feel like that's almost always the setting we get now. PS4 game obviously notwithstanding. Like, maybe Peter actually graduates college in this one while MJ is busy trying to land acting gigs. Okay, so this next suggestion might be depressing, but I think it could also be really important. I love Rosemary Harris as Aunt May. Most versions these days really shy away from having the character be a retired, kindly old lady, but the Raimi films never did. Still, far from being the one-dimensional character that you see in a lot of old Spider-Man cartoons, she brought a level of care and dignity to that role that I think has yet to be repeated. Honestly, a lot of my favorite scenes in Spider-Man 2 have her in them. She's a really great part of these movies. But, and hear me out, I think she should have died in Spider-Man 4. Maybe you hate that idea, and I get that, but I really think it could serve as the heart of the film. And honestly, the character already felt incredibly marginal in her reduced role in that third movie. And I don't want her dying at the Vulture's hands or anything like that, but of natural causes, as Peter has to deal with the fact that even with all of his powers, there's still no stopping time. The death of Aunt May in the late 90s comics was really beautifully handled, and I think that they could have drawn a lot of inspiration from that here. It would give Rosemary Harris the send-off that she deserved in the role, and really stress this idea that Peter is getting older and having to deal with more mature problems. But hey, if you do hate that idea, feel free to let me know. I just think it could have been great. Okay, so to be honest, I really hesitated in making this one. The Amazing Spider-Man movies are over. They're done. Buried in the ground alongside Josh Trank's Fantastic Four, the Green Lantern, and Tim Story's Fantastic Four. So why dwell on them? Well, for a few reasons. I think the Amazing Spider-Man movies are pretty interesting actually. They represent an experiment that went wrong, a universe that failed to really take off. They made a lot of money and were seen by millions of people, but they didn't make enough money by the standards of a Spider-Man movie. And now they're just kind of this creative dead end, treated by Sony as if they never happened at all after years of marketing. Maybe I'm just weird, but I find that pretty fascinating, since I think the failures of the studios can often tell us just as much about the film industry as its successes. But instead of just focusing on the movies as a whole, I want to hone in on one aspect of them, Andrew Garfield's performance as Peter Parker and Spider-Man. In many ways, Garfield is the most accomplished actor to have ever played the Webhead. He's the only one with an Oscar nomination for his role in Hacksaw Ridge. He won a Tony this year for his role in Broadway's Angels in America. He co-starred in David Fincher's Social Network and Martin Scorsese's Silence, two of the best movies of the decade, in my opinion. Not to mention smaller, underrated great work like 99 Homes. The guy is a rock-solid actor, obviously. And yet, his Spider-Man, of all three big screen versions, is easily the least beloved. So why is that? That's what I want to dig into in this video, as well as talking about some of the most overused criticisms lobbed at Garfield's Peter Parker. Oh, and before we get into it, if my voice sounds kind of weird this video, it's because I'm feeling kind of sick, so, you know, just letting you know up front.
Change the apart.
Unfortunately, I think it's almost impossible to talk about the Amazing Spider-Man's Peter Parker without mentioning the word hipster, which I'm very, very tired of, honestly. Hipster is one of those terms like immersion or Mary Sue that the internet has broadly applied to everything and misused so often that it's basically become meaningless. A few years ago, I feel like you could basically call anyone younger and hipper than like Ron Swanson a hipster. Actually, between the mustache and the artisanal woodworking, you could probably get away with calling him one too. I mean, why not? I was always a little confused about what made Garfield's Peter Parker a hipster. A lot of people keep pointing to this goofy scene where he skateboards to Coldplay, which honestly only makes me more confused. Is skateboarding hipster now? Like, were all those guys in Tony Hawk Pro Skater 2 making fancy craft coffee with locally sourced beans this whole time? And Coldplay has been one of the most successful mainstream soft rock bands in the world for like well over a decade, even when this movie came out. So that doesn't exactly seem like hipster band material to me. So this whole line of criticism always seemed really goofy. At the same time though, I think I can kind of understand what's at the roots of it. Compared to Tobey Maguire before him, there is way more of an effort made to communicate to the audience that hey, this Peter Parker is cool and charming. On one level, I get why they did this, to differentiate itself from the Raimi trilogy. But it's a very tough line to walk with a character who, after all, started out as a neurotic and painfully uncool nerd in the 60s. That's not to say that he always has to be like that. In fact, the Peter Parker of the comics had grown out of that a lot by his college years in the 70s. But that is still one of the core appeals of the character. And they only superficially gesture at it here, with Peter getting bullied in the most cliché ways possible. But you never really get any sense of that anxiety and nervousness that I think is a huge part of Peter, especially at this age. The only time he doesn't come off as really confident and self-assured is when he's talking to Gwen early on. For the rest of the movie, I mean, this guy seems pretty cool. But even that didn't need to be a huge problem, I don't think. It's when you throw smugness into the equation that this starts to become a character I don't really recognize. Now, Spider-Man has a long history of mocking his enemies. The Vulture is old, the Shocker looks like a guy in a quilt, the Kingpin is overweight. After reading Spider-Man comics for so long, I feel like I could recite played-out Spider-Man-esque jokes about these characters all day long. But humiliating a supervillain actively trying to murder you, and doing the same to a high school classmate who's just kind of a jerk, are kind of not the same thing. I've always hated the basketball scene in Amazing Spider-Man 1, where Peter makes Flash Thompson look like a moron and shatters the backboard of his high school gym's hoop. And it's not because I think there's something inherently wrong with the idea of the scene. Spider-Man has always been a character about growing up, learning from your mistakes, and trying to be a good person, even when it isn't easy or convenient. So using his powers in a really immature way right after he gets them kind of makes sense to me. The problem is in how the scene is presented. There's just something about the smug sense of satisfaction that Peter has in this scene that doesn't feel like Spider-Man at all to me. It's a fairly minor thing, but it really builds over time. Andrew Garfield's Peter can be funny and likable in some scenes, especially playing off of Emma Stone's Gwen, but there's also this real sense of mean-spirited smugness that's kind of hard to shake, especially when the movies themselves often seem to view it as cool and funny, and not as Spider-Man acting kind of like an asshole.
地獄からの使者、スパイダーマン!
But, of course, it's the Amazing Spider-Man 2 that really messes with the character, I think. Unlike a lot of people, I'm kind of okay with Peter breaking his promise to Dennis Leary not to date Gwen anymore. As Gwen says near the start of the second movie, that's not really his choice to make. But Peter's constant back and forth on this issue makes him look selfish at best and kind of stalkerish at worst. In his notes to Sony on Amazing Spider-Man 2, Kevin Feige wrote, "There is too much back and forth with Peter and Gwen. Can Peter be more honorable and definitive and less wishy-washy?" And I think that's some really good advice that obviously Sony didn't follow. If Peter can't live with the guilt of dating Gwen against the wishes of her dying dad, that's okay. But to then have him basically follow her around as Spider-Man, constantly going back and forth on this choice, makes him look pretty bad. And even that, I think, could be okay and even interesting if the screenplay recognized this. But it doesn't. It's all played very straightforwardly romantic. I guess like you would expect from the director of 500 Days of Summer. And that's kind of a problem. In the end, I feel a little bad for Andrew Garfield. I mean, not that bad. He's still a rich, successful actor who gets to star in Scorsese movies. So, you know, I'm not losing sleep over it or anything. Still, he got a raw deal when it came to Spider-Man. He's a great actor, and he seemed to genuinely love the character. I think he was miscast, but honestly only a little. It was the horrible scripts that really did his version of Spidey in. Most of the moments that work in the Amazing films come out of the easy chemistry between him and Stone and the improvisational feeling that they bring to it. But that wasn't enough to overcome some of the most poorly plotted screenplays in Spider-Man movie history. And that's too bad. Garfield was probably never going to be the perfect Peter Parker, but he could have been so much better than this. So I spent a lot of time talking about my problems with Garfield's Spider-Man, but I'll say something positive about it too. I really like how it kept Peter's innate love of learning intact, arguably building on that even more than the Raimi movies. It's been a decade this month since the premiere of Spectacular Spider-Man on the Kids WB programming block. Before its premiere, fans, like me actually, were highly skeptical that this new show with a simple minimalist art style could ever compare to the nostalgic memories of Spider-Man the Animated Series. And then it proved pretty much everyone wrong, exceeding expectations and becoming maybe the most beloved Spider-Man cartoon ever, all in just 2 short seasons. But how did they do it? How did this spectacular team manage to create a show that stood above decades of other Spider-Man series, both before and after it? In my opinion, by focusing on one thing, stripping the character and his world down to the essentials.
I am invincible! Get back here, Shocker!
Before I get into that, I should probably start from the beginning. Spectacular Spider-Man begins right before Peter Parker starts his junior year of high school. It doesn't bother delving too far into it, dispensing with the origin story almost entirely, but from what we can tell, he's been fighting crime as Spider-Man for most of the summer. This was a great choice and one that the movie franchise would fail to learn from a few years later. Not only did it allow us to skip over a story that we were all very familiar with, even in 2008, it allowed the show to dig into a scenario that hadn't been explored nearly as much. Peter returning to school for the first time since getting his powers, thinking that finally everything in his social life was about to be different. He asks out a cheerleader, tries to turn the tables on his old bully Flash, and it all ends up pretty bad for him, showing him that just because he's Spider-Man now, it doesn't really mean that his problems as Peter Parker are solved. The pilot really shines in these scenes, and it's this grounding of Peter's character that separates it from many other Spider-Man series through the years. He's not a bland, one-dimensional character or a overly quirky, two-dimensional one. Instead, he feels like a fully formed character right out of the gate, and that's probably a lot harder to do than it looks. Oh, and this is a pretty minor point, but I really like how Aunt May is really uptight in this show. We've had a lot of incarnations of her in the past, and most of them lately are either cool aunt or total saint. It's nice to see a show that remembers that her original characterization was a little more complicated than that. She was constantly anxious, prying into Peter's social life, and just generally worrying about her young nephew all the time. This show uses that really well, and places a lot of importance on Peter's curfews and how he has to battle Electro or the Lizard and still make it home by 10, which I love because that's a quintessentially Spider-Man problem. You can't really see Tony Stark putting up with those issues. But the show goes out of its way to make sure that you don't roll your eyes at Aunt May's worries either. After all, this is a woman who lost her husband to a carjacker 3 months ago. It makes sense that she wouldn't be totally cool with her teenage nephew just mysteriously leaving all the time.
Leopardo, Sword Beaker!
But anyway, let's look at the bigger picture a little bit, and most importantly, those essentials that I mentioned earlier. Spectacular Spider-Man, especially the first season, is structured pretty perfectly. Sure, there's some problems here and there, like Max Dillon's arc from being a nice maintenance dude to a supervillain over the course of 22 minutes was a bit much for one episode, but for the most part, it's a surprisingly patient show that sets up its characters' arcs thoughtfully and meticulously, giving Spidey's villains a lot more depth than they usually get on the small screen. And this smart world building has a lot of other great advantages. Look, I love comic books. They're the medium that all these great characters and even this genre came from. But I don't think there's many out there that would deny that comic universe continuity can get a bit messy. And Spider-Man is definitely no exception, as the character has passed through the hands of countless writers and artists through the years. And a lot of those stories have completely different tones. It's hard to imagine the old Lee and Ditko stuff existing in the same timeline as Kraven's Last Hunt, but we just kind of do. Spectacular does a great job of taking all those disparate tones and characters and making a more streamlined version of the Webhead's world. Now, Eddie Brock may be the best example of this. No offense to any Venom fans out there, but he's a character that just screams late 80s, early 90s. And that can present a problem when you've established a show very rooted in the 60s high school tone, with early villains like the Green Goblin and Doc Ock. This was actually a problem that Spider-Man 3 ran into. But the show is able to build Brock into the story from the very beginning. Both kind of a laid-back jock and a biology student, Eddie has probably never been more likable on screen than he is here. So when he falls, it actually hits pretty hard. Unlike most adaptations of the character, where he just comes off as this jealous moron who overreacts to everything, in Spectacular, Eddie's reasons to hate and turn against Peter make a lot of sense from his perspective.
Pretend you're Spider-Man. Your mission, to rescue your friend high above. A job for your Spider-Man web shooter. Flip.
And he's not the only character the show does great stuff with, like Harry and Norman Osborn. One of the many subplots that this show follows in its early episodes is Norman's extreme expectations for Harry. And even when Harry manages to live up to them, making the football team, getting good grades, whatever, Norman goes out of his way to make sure Harry knows that it isn't enough.
Quite an opportunity. Don't suppose you were considered for the honor, Harry?
Which the show then smartly blends with the classic Harry has a drug problem arc. I mean, it's a potion or something because this is a cartoon, but still, it's really impressive how they managed to take all of this Spider-Man history and condense it into something that makes perfect sense for the characters. The whole gang is here too. Gwen Stacy, Mary Jane, J. Jonah Jameson, Flash Thompson. Mary Jane is very comics accurate here, much more than the version in the Raimi movies ever was actually. But Gwen, well, here's the thing about Gwen. There's a reason before a few years ago, the only notable thing she ever really did in the comics was die, because back before Spider-Gwen, she was pretty boring. So the show took what the Ultimate Comics did with MJ, making her Peter's kind of nerdy buddy, and applied it to Gwen instead, and it works pretty well. The only one I have much of a problem with is Flash, honestly. He just seems like he's in a much goofier show than everyone else. Yeah, I know it's literally a Saturday morning cartoon, but compared to the rest of the cast, he's just a lot less developed, though he does become a little less over the top as the show goes on. Overall, Spectacular is pretty much the ideal Spider-Man cartoon, and it will always be pretty sad that some stupid behind-the-scenes rights issues prevented the show from ever finishing its story. Honestly, it's up there with Firefly and Deadwood for shows that'll never quite get over getting cancelled too soon. But at the end of the day, I'm just thankful that we have 2 seasons of what might be the best Peter Parker and Spider-Man ever put on screen. A show as consistent as Spectacular Spider-Man can be really tough to narrow down to just the best episodes. Picking one over another can be really hard, honestly. So I decided to just focus on the first season in this video. From Electro to Venom to a surprisingly great Tombstone, Spectacular Spider-Man Season 1 covers a ton of ground. But I did my best to pick out my favorites. If there's an episode that you think should be on the list though, I'd love to read about it in the comments. So without any further introduction, here are my top 5 episodes of Spectacular Spider-Man Season 1.
これは秘密メカだって不毛ミサイルアクションいっぱいスパイダーマン発売中
Number 5, Intervention. This is the 12th episode of Spectacular, and the one where technically not that much happens. That's because a large portion of the episode takes place inside Peter Parker's head as he battles the symbiote who has taken over his mind. It's a very familiar Spider-Man story, but the show makes a really interesting choice by having this be the first episode to feature Uncle Ben and Spider-Man's origin. And if I have one complaint, it's that these are definitely story beats we've seen plenty of times before. But man, does Spectacular execute them well. By making these flashbacks take place within a battle for Peter's mind, it adds a sense of urgency that the origin story wouldn't have otherwise. I really like just how nerdy the flashbacks are too, like individual panels from Amazing Fantasy 15 are lovingly recreated here. Remember when Peter almost got hit by a car and then climbed up a wall and discovered his superpowers by accidentally crushing a pipe? Well, this show definitely does. I really love little details like that, but more importantly, I think I really like how this episode is able to make Uncle Ben an active part of the narrative. Overall, this was a very satisfying end to the Black Suit arc, and a very good beginning for the Venom one. And I say this as someone who's usually kind of sick of that storyline. Number 4, competition. Of all the early episodes that center around Oscorp creating supervillains, this one is probably my favorite. Before this show, I don't think I ever gave the character of Sandman much thought. Like, he definitely wasn't top tier Spidey villain for me. I mean, honestly, he's not even the best comic book character called Sandman. He was kinda whatever. But Spectacular Spider-Man really took their time with him, slowly building him up from a dumb crook that got busted over and over again before he finally gets his powers. And that was a really smart choice, because the stakes become raised a lot when the characters have a history together. Plus it helps that this might just be the funniest episode of the series. Another great Sandman character detail is how he isn't interested in getting revenge on Spider-Man at all. He just wants to get paid and is way too dumb not to do it in a way that puts him on Spider-Man's radar. It's like, dude, you can become sand on the ground. Surely there's a better way to rob a bank that's a little more subtle than, you know, just walking up to it and announcing your plan to rob it. So yeah, this is just a really solid episode all around. Plus I get some bonus points for having some really great creepy Norman Osborn stuff.
We sweep up, and we try again.
Okay, here comes Spider.
It's the amazing Spider-Man web-spinning action game.
You'll never catch me.
Number 3, group therapy. The danger of using the Sinister Six is that if the writing isn't good, the story can easily devolve into each member of the team taking their turn attacking Spider-Man while they each spout a catchphrase or two. Really boring. It's just hard to service that many villains in a single issue of a comic or a half-hour cartoon. Spectacular's 11th episode, though, manages to do a pretty great job of it, because most of these villains were fairly developed well before the beginning of the episode. I really like how Doc Ock isn't just the leader, he's also kind of a father figure to some of these sad weirdos in his little gang. Electro, who I wasn't a big fan of earlier in the season, gets some more depth here. It's actually pretty sad that he goes back to the whole supervillain thing just because Doc Ock was the only person who wrote him while he was in prison. I don't think he even really cares about killing Spider-Man all that much, he just doesn't want to let down his weird surrogate father figure with 8 limbs. And the Peter half of this episode's pretty great too, as we follow him slowly get taken over by the symbiote. Spider-Man comics have a long tradition of flirting with body horror stuff, but it's kinda hard to do that and still be a kid-friendly cartoon. The episode does a pretty solid job though, and the black suit taking over Peter's body at night to almost kill Doc Ock is pretty creepy actually. This is also the episode where Aunt May has a heart attack and Peter learns just how expensive the hospital bill will be, which really sends him into a downward spiral because of the symbiote's influence. This is the kind of thing that later cartoons like Ultimate Spider-Man, which are way more focused on being quirky and fun, could never bother with, just really grounding the Parkers' money problems. Being on the verge of bankruptcy is a constant threat in the first season, for Peter, Aunt May, and even Eddie Brock. That's such an important aspect of the character that more recent versions of Spider-Man kind of tend to leave out. Number 2, Persona. Okay, here's a hint for how to make me love a Spider-Man story. Put Chameleon and Black Cat in it. For whatever reason, I can't get enough of Spider-Man getting framed for crimes that he didn't commit, and this is probably the best version of that we've seen on screen. This is also my favorite Black Cat. Voiced by Battlestar Galactica's Tricia Helfer, I really like how this Black Cat almost seems more amused by Spider-Man than attracted to him. Combine that with a riverboat heist, a J. Jonah Jameson subplot, and the introduction of the black suit, and you've got a really packed episode. I haven't got the chance to talk about this J. Jonah Jameson much, but I have to say, overall I really like him. In the early episodes, he's a bit one-dimensional, but after the introduction of his son, he becomes a lot deeper. Chameleon, as much as I love his gimmick, is kind of a shallow character, but I think that works perfectly fine in an episode that has as much stuff going on as this one. I don't really know what else to say about this episode, except it's definitely the one I rewatch the most. Number 1, Nature vs. Nurture. The big season 1 finale does not disappoint. In my opinion, this is the best Eddie Brock ever put on screen. Instead of just being an out-and-out douchebag like in Spider-Man 3 or even the animated series, he's a pretty tragic figure here. The backstory that Peter and Eddie's parents were friends that died in a plane crash is a smart repurposing of the way overcomplicated comic book version of Peter's parents' death. And Eddie kind of being this big brother figure to Peter gives them a much deeper connection than they usually have. What I really like about him though is that his turn against Peter makes a lot of sense. He's a pretty nice guy in the early episodes, but you can tell he's got kind of an edge to him. Unlike Peter, who was taken in by Ben and May, Eddie kind of had to grow up quick. And he did pretty well for himself, managing to land a job at what's apparently New York's most dangerous laboratory. And the job was the only way he was able to afford to go to college. So it makes sense that after doing everything right and still losing his job and his future just because, from his perspective, Peter was too busy getting paid to take pictures rather than calling the police at the lab, he'd hate him. I mean, wouldn't you? But I should also mention just how great these action scenes are. The parade fight is great, and Peter's friends and enemies from school teaming up to help save Gwen is really fun. In my opinion, this episode sums up what Spider-Man is supposed to be. When the screenwriters of Spider-Man Homecoming sat down to come up with a third big screen iteration of the character, they did something incredibly smart. They created a laundry list of things they felt they'd already seen over and over again in Spider-Man films. The list had obvious stuff like the spider bite moment or the death of Uncle Ben, but it also included some things that'd be easy to overlook. Like the fact that every Spider-Man movie has included plenty of scenes of the character swinging around downtown Manhattan. And they made the decision from the very beginning that their film wouldn't include any of that stuff. Not because it was bad, but because it had been done. And when you're working on the second reboot of a film series that just ended 3 years ago, the last thing you can afford is to come across as stale. And it avoided that. I'm not saying that Homecoming is a perfect Spider-Man movie. It bears many of the same flaws that most Marvel movies do. The direction from the plucked from obscurity former indie filmmaker John Watts is solid, but nothing spectacular. And the score, composed by the usually excellent Michael Giacchino, felt mostly flat and uninspired to me. There's some great video essays out there about why these issues tend to plague the studio's movies. But you know what? When it comes to Spider-Man Homecoming, I really couldn't care less. And I think the reason for that goes a little bit deeper than the praise I keep hearing for the film. Marvel Studios just understands what makes their characters appealing in a way that other companies usually don't. Warning, this video contains mild spoilers for Spider-Man Homecoming.
Is he strong? Listen, bud, he's got brains.
Like, okay, take the new Spider-Man suit. Before the movie came out, a lot of fans, myself included, weren't so into this whole Spider-Man has his own AI thing. And there's still some elements of that are a bit too Iron Man Jr. for my taste. But about halfway through the film, it becomes obvious to me why they did it. They were coming up with the smart, in-universe explanation for doing things that the character has always done in the comics. Like, okay, take his eyes. While it really doesn't make much sense logically, artists, including Steve Ditko himself, Spider-Man's co-creator, have always used his eyes to express emotion. This really shouldn't make sense, but the reader accepts this because it helps the artist express what the character is going through. This technique has been used in probably thousands of Spider-Man comics, and it pops up in cartoons and video games too. But the previous two versions of Spider-Man on screen were unable to use this because it could easily come across as unrealistic in a live-action setting. The filmmakers still wanted Spider-Man to be able to express emotion with his face though, especially during the climax of their movies, so they always worked around the mask. How many times does Peter Parker have his mask shredded or thrown away in the last 20 minutes of a Spider-Man movie just because they wanted to give him the chance to emote? The answer is almost every movie. Even Homecoming indulges in this a bit because they take away the new suit in the last act. I understand why so many filmmakers have chosen to do this, but I think on some level it's a portrayal of the character. Stan Lee has said many times through the years that he believes that one of the biggest reasons Spider-Man took off is that anyone from any walk of life can project themselves onto him. You can't see his face like Superman, Batman, or Captain America. When he puts on that mask, he is Spider-Man. That's lost the second he rips off his mask in the climax of the movie and reveals, he's just the guy from The Social Network. By coming up with a reason why the eyes can move, Marvel was able to easily write themselves out of a problem that filmmakers have had since the 70s Spider-Man TV show, and allow them to use an old trick that comic artists have had up their sleeves since 1962. It may seem simple, but when you stop and think about it, it's pretty impressive. The same goes for Peter's AI buddy Karen. Karen is there for some easy laughs, sure, but like the Eye, she also manages to solve a long-standing problem in the Raimi and Webb films. I don't remember who said it, but there's this great quote I read online once, saying that the only character who talks to himself as often as Spider-Man is Hamlet. And that's very true. The dude cannot shut up. Whether he's chatting to himself about finding the Green Goblin's secret hideout, planning an elaborate photo for the Daily Bugle, or whining about his girl problems, Peter Parker delivers enough monologues to himself to make Aaron Sorkin jealous.
Was that supposed to be funny?
And in a comic book, that's completely fine, especially back when thought bubbles were still in vogue, and you can just easily have him thinking this stuff. But it's never translated well to film. The Raimi movies just don't have Spider-Man talk much in costume. Simple enough, I guess, but it changes the whole character. Spider-Man being overly talkative is one of his defining character traits. The Webb movies tried to correct this by having him talk more, but honestly, it just didn't work. It felt forced, and for whatever reason, when Andrew Garfield insults a villain during a fight, he comes off like an asshole in a way that the Spider-Man of the comics just doesn't. With Karen, Holland's Spider-Man is allowed to talk all he wants without it feeling weird. It's a smart get-out-of-jail-free card for the screenwriters, and it allows the character to have someone to bounce off of. I still think the suit went a little too far in some places. Spider-Man being able to identify criminals on the spot like he's RoboCop makes things a little too easy on the writers. But that was a trade-off that was worth it, to finally have Spider-Man act like, you know, Spider-Man in his own movie.
Battery low!
Evil is no match for you! Enter Spider-Man Web Blaster, the Spider-Man Web...
Another thing I appreciated about Homecoming was how it was able to solve the Star Trek The Next Generation movie problem. Okay, I'm operating on like 6 levels of nerdery right now. Allow me to explain. One of my favorite things about The Next Generation, the TV show, is that the format allowed them to do smaller stories. Some days they'd be fighting the Borg, sure, but oftentimes they were just hanging out, playing cards, dealing with a transporter problem, or even just trying to get laid on the holodeck. God, this was a deeply dorky show. But then the movies happened, and all that stuff got chucked out the observation deck window in favor of stories about Earth getting blown up, or the Enterprise getting blown up, or Picard sneaking around air ducts like an elderly John McClane. Or, you know, just Bruce Willis now. And not having a place for smaller, more creative sci-fi stories is a reason why most of those films aren't very well liked by Star Trek fans. And I think Spider-Man movies, even the great one, have suffered from this. Peter is always dealing with some massive problem. Doc Ock could destroy the city. The lizard wants to turn everyone in New York into, other lizards. My point is that the stakes always have to be incredibly high. This isn't the case in the comics. They've been around 55 years now, so as you can imagine, they've had plenty of time to explore smaller stories and experiment a little more. Not every issue has to be about shooting a giant laser into the sky. The best issues, in fact, usually aren't like that at all. Homecoming is the first movie in the franchise that seems to understand this, and is willing to follow Peter through the everyday process of just being Spider-Man. We see him give an old lady directions, stop a bike thief in a bank robbery, and even mistakenly web some poor guy that's just trying to get into his own car. This is the kind of material I grew up reading in Brian Michael Bendis' Ultimate Spider-Man, that usually just doesn't make it into big summer blockbusters. But Marvel Studios seems to know that this is the exact kind of thing that's been missing from Spider-Man movies. Their films have their flaws, sure, many of them are on display in Homecoming too, but they almost always manage to distill what people like about these characters into a film better than almost anyone else, and even when to take those characters into a new direction. Take the Vulture. The guy has never been one of my favorite Spider-Man villains, and when they announced that he'd be the main antagonist of the movie, I was underwhelmed. But I have to give credit to the screenwriting team, who, once again, were able to figure out just what makes a Spider-Man villain great. The thing that a great Spider-Man villain really needs is a personal connection to Peter Parker, not just Spider-Man. Sam Raimi understood this, and was able to deliver 2 great villains. He even attempted to do this again in Spider-Man 3 by retconning Sandman into Uncle Ben's death. But where that felt goofy and unearned, the personal twist in Homecoming not only plays super well when you see it in a packed theater, it also works on a thematic level, as it underlines the fact that Peter and Adrian Toomes come from the same background. And also that scene in the car was maybe the best one in the movie. And it's an instance of Marvel taking a chance on tweaking an old villain that makes him a better character and marks a big improvement over the last few films.
Is this more action than even Spider-Man can handle?
Spider-Man, a video game.
One last thing I want to talk about is how well Marvel is able to remix and reshape their classic stories. Now, the first two Raimi films were able to do this well too, take story elements from their source material and change them around enough to suit the story they were telling, while maintaining what made them great in the first place. But Homecoming has a scene that's a masterclass in how to do this well. You remember it, right? It's when Peter, who's had his fancy costume taken away, finds himself trapped under a mountain of concrete that the Vulture has just dropped on his head. This was clearly inspired by Amazing Spider-Man 33, where Spider-Man spends a lot of the issue trapped under some heavy machinery, does a lot of soul-searching about who he is and why he's made the decisions he's made, and ultimately summons the strength to break free. It might be my favorite issue of Lee and Ditko's original run on Spider-Man. It encapsulates everything that's great about the character. Homecoming has the scene play out very differently though, and I think it's the high point of Holland's performance. When he's trapped under the rubble and screaming for help, you suddenly remember that you're not watching Spider-Man, the character you've seen confidently swing through the streets of Manhattan so many times before. You're watching Peter Parker, a 15-year-old kid who thinks he's about to die and is panicking like anyone would. It's a pretty powerful moment in a film that's mostly breezy fun. And to me, it represents everything that this film does right. Marvel Studios has been the Hollywood powerhouse for almost 10 years now, and they show no signs of slowing down. And I don't know how to feel about that sometimes. I like most of their movies, but I think there's some very legitimate criticisms that can be made on their effect on the film industry as a whole. But when I watch a movie like Spider-Man Homecoming, about a character that's always been so important to me, executed so well on screen where so many others have failed, I'm reminded of how they got there, by understanding their characters and bringing to the surface everything that fans have loved about them for decades. Clunky. That's the best way to describe Thor's vision scenes in the Avengers Age of Ultron. I remember sitting there confused as it was happening. Afterwards, once I had a little time to process the movie, that confusion turned into some mild anger. How could Whedon and Marvel, who are already serving up a fairly bloated Avengers epic, justify sticking this completely unnecessary ad for a movie that wouldn't come out for years into this thing? An end credit stinger is one thing, but this felt like the movie stopping, giving us a sneak peek at a completely different film, and then starting up again. In my opinion, it remains one of the MCU's weakest moments. The idea of an interconnected universe of movies had always been exciting, but at the time, I thought Age of Ultron revealed the fundamental weakness in this approach to filmmaking. A couple years and a few good to great Marvel movies later, I've come to a different conclusion. That the connections in the Marvel Cinematic Universe can be used well, sometimes incredibly so, but they can also be the series' Achilles heel. And it's balancing how this universe connects film to film, while making sure that each film satisfies and can stand on its own 2 feet, that, I think at least, is the key difference that separates the Captain America Winter Soldiers from the Iron Man 2s. And in a big way, it's part of what made Spider-Man Homecoming so special to me. Last week I talked about my feelings on the film's depiction of Spider-Man, but this time around I'm going to be taking a look at how Homecoming utilizes the rest of the MCU, and builds it into the film's script in a very earned and very interesting way. But before I start, be sure to like and subscribe and blah 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 blah. Oh, but more importantly, know that there will be Homecoming spoilers in this video, so if you haven't seen it yet, maybe check it out and come back later. Okay, so with that out of the way, let me address something. Guys, the 8-year title card at the beginning of the movie, it makes no sense. I know it, you know it, the clerk at your local comic shop knows it, it's a problem. I honestly have no idea why Marvel and Sony chose to use 8 years as the gap between Avengers and Homecoming, and I understand that more detail-oriented fans will find this absolutely maddening. But that's not really what this video is about. I definitely wanted to acknowledge it though before moving on. To me, this misstep doesn't affect my enjoyment of the movie as a whole, but if it causes you to burn with a fiery rage, I understand. That's just not really where I'm coming from. Getting back on track, I wanted to talk about one character in Homecoming that I barely touched on last week. No, not him. Him! Yeah, that's right, Captain America. You know, the guy who shows up on a few TV screens and then for a punchline at the very end. Why would I possibly be highlighting this? Because even though it may play as light comedy in the movie, the fact that it works at all is a testament to the achievements of the MCU. There's a scene fairly early on where Peter and Ned watch Captain America talk about the importance of fitness in gym class. It's a funny scene. I mean, when you have Hannibal Buress in a scene, that's probably going to be the case. But this simple joke calls on a history that no other franchise can quite deliver on in the same way. Almost everyone sitting in theaters watching Homecoming around the world knew Chris Evans' Captain America. We've been following his adventures since 2011, and that makes us not unlike the kids in Peter's class. But they didn't underline this. At no point in the movie does it feel like this moment is in Homecoming to sell us on more Captain America films. It's there because this is the world of New York City in the MCU. They've built it up, scene by scene and film by film. High school kids in Homecoming can drop casual references to Black Widow, Thor, and Iron Man without it feeling forced at all. We can accept that without really even thinking twice about it. Even though people playing F, Marry, Kill with Marvel heroes in one of these movies would have felt pretty unlikely 5 or even 8 years ago. Today, not so much. In a mediocre Marvel film, dealing with the rest of the MCU is a burden, something that weighs the movie down, and it can reduce it to feeling like an ad for the next film. But when they get it right, like I believe they do here, it can pay off by adding emotional layers to scenes that they might not otherwise have.
Tony Stark makes you feel he's a cool exec with the heart of steel.
A great example of this is an offhanded line that Tony says to Peter during their big argument. I sound just like my dad. I wish I could play the scene because I'm obviously not doing Robert Downey Jr.'s performance any justice here, but the point is, that short, not in any way showy line is a perfect illustration of what the connected universe can add when done right. That's because we know Tony's dad. We've seen what his rocky relationship with Tony was like and how that's impacted his life. We've also seen Howard Stark be both a good man and a pretty tough father figure. And we're also aware that Tony just recently learned the horrible truth of his father's death. Homecoming doesn't have to make any of this explicit or dwell on it. It just feels natural. And it adds a lot of depth to an already good scene. And that's the ideal version of a connected universe, I think. Not a series of sequels being shoved down your throat with scenes that add nothing to the characters, but an organically developed and at times even subtle accumulation of a shared history with its audience.
As the action's at McDonald's, now you can get a Spider-Man Happy Meal with cool characters and their hot cars.
Last week I talked a little bit about Michael Keaton's Vulture, but I really wanted to highlight him here, because his character kind of makes me want to forgive the weakest element of the first Avengers film. As much as I enjoyed that movie, I always thought that the Chitauri were lame. Like, just so lame. They're just a really kind of lazy and clunky way to get a massive battle scene while getting out of having to justify Hawkeye and Cap straight up murdering people or something. They were a prop, you know? Cannon fodder. Or cannon fodder. Get it? Okay, I'm getting out of this joke. But how Homecoming was able to handle the aftermath has almost made them worth it. The Marvel Netflix shows have explored some of the fallout of the Battle of New York, but Homecoming builds its whole antagonist around it. It was an interesting choice to open the movie with a scene without Spider-Man in sight. Instead, we get a long scene that shows the cleanup after the battle in the first Avengers. It gives us a much more grounded look at this heightened world. And at the end of the opening scene, it's hard not to be at least a little sympathetic towards Adrian Toomes. Because here's the thing. He's kinda right about Stark. It's a believable and smart detail to include that Tony's company got paid for the cleanup. And we've already had a whole movie that explored the fallout of these characters' mini battles and seen the collateral damage for years now. I mean, seriously, we've even seen Tony make a genocidal robot on accident. This backstory adds a lot to our understanding of Adrian Toomes, because who knows, if we lived in the MCU, we might just see it his way too. And even though Toomes is a villain through and through, he's a villain whose motivations are actually interesting, unlike a lot of Marvel bad guys through the years. And part of what makes him interesting is understanding the greater context of the world he's living in. And that was only possible through the MCU. By the way, they should totally have Michael Keaton in like the next season of Daredevil or something. And then Vincent D'Onofrio's Kingpin in the next Spider-Man. How amazing would it be to have Kingpin put up with Holland's Spider-Man? Seriously, they could do like their version of the learning curve arc from Ultimate Spider-Man, and they could also introduce like the Daily Bugle and maybe... Ultimately, I think Spider-Man Homecoming was able to use the MCU in the best possible way, by working it in a way that felt both earned and natural. And in an era where some other connected film universes are such blatant and cynical cash grabs, I think that's really worth something. And timeline and continuity issues aside, Homecoming is a good example of how to execute this new, strange breed of filmmaking well. Because love them or hate them, I don't see cinematic universes going away anytime soon. And if we're going to keep making them, let's do them well.
Welcome, true believers and newcomers alike. Spider-Man co-creator Stan Lee here. Once again, we find our hero Peter Parker, better known around the world as the Amazing Spider-Man, in a heap of trouble. But this is just the beginning, Spidey fans. So get ready for a true superhero action thriller, packed to the brim with thrills and chills, twists and turns, more supervillains than you can shake a web at, and of course, non-stop web-slinging, wall-crawling action.
So just so you know, this video isn't going to be a review in the normal sense. I'm not going to spend a lot of time telling you if you should buy the game, or how great the web swinging is, or anything about the frame rate. Instead, I really just want to hone in on this new take on Spider-Man's world that the game creates. It's been a long time since Stan Lee recorded that intro all the way back in 2000, and gaming has come a long way. Instead of having to settle for a decent approximation of the comics, or playing out an expanded version of the movies, the new game is able to build an entirely new version of the webhead, mixing and matching what it wants from 56 years of the character's history. So today, I want to dig into that world and talk about my favorite and least favorite choices that the game made. One thing before I start though, there will be spoilers in this video, but it won't be until later on, and I'll let you know beforehand. So with that being said, let's get into it.
We're not going to see Jameson, we're going to use his computer database.
Ooh, are we gonna surf the web?
So let's start with the obvious, the game's version of Peter Parker. In my last video, I caught some flack in the comments for not being totally on board with Yuri Lowenthal as the voice for Spidey just yet, and after beating all the story missions in this game, I can confidently say that you all were right. Lowenthal nails it as Peter Parker and as Spider-Man. Sure, not every quip the writers throw his way is gold, but overall, he's able to easily switch gears between Peter's nice guy persona and Spider-Man's confident banter. Even more impressive though is that this script throws some very emotional heavy scenes at him, and he's still pretty great. Spider-Man games have come a long way since, this.
Where's Cage and his search party? The civilian volunteers! Pretty redheads arming a gas! You are no help!
Before this game came out, there was a ton of discussion about how this was a more experienced Spider-Man, and I thought that seemed a little overblown. After all, wasn't the Spider-Man in Web of Shadows or Shattered Dimensions also experienced? Now though, I can kinda see why they highlighted this so much. Because this might be the first Spider-Man game where the player is given a real sense of history about what this Peter Parker has faced before. Now the backpacks in this game are a very video gamey conceit, but they serve the purpose of drawing a very clear picture of this Spider-Man's world, which I really appreciated. It kind of allowed the developers to have their cake and eat it too. It suggests that the classic stories and even the classic villain costumes totally existed in this world, but now everyone has new stories and, of course, new gear. It's clever, and it's packed with nods to Spider-Man lore that go pretty far beyond the obvious. This is a very, very minor spoiler, I guess, but I really liked little things like finding a recipe for Aunt May's wheat cakes. Not only does it fill out the world of this game, it's also a reference to Kurt Busiek's great, and usually overlooked, Untold Tales of Spider-Man. This isn't just a fun reference though, it's the kind of character building detail that usually goes overlooked in video games.
Here it is, the records room.
Surf the web, surf the web.
Shut up, Brock, we don't have time.
Parker!
Then there's Mary Jane, and opinions seem torn on her. I will say that from a writing perspective, if I was put in charge of building a new Spider-Man universe, I would want her to be more directly involved in the action. Something that comic writers have struggled with for years is how to fit MJ into a story. After all, it's not all that often that Spider-Man crosses over into the world of high fashion. And that answer usually is she gets kidnapped or attacked by one of Spidey's foes, which instantly ups the stakes. But I think everyone's tired of that. So making her a journalist investigating the same stuff as Spider-Man just makes sense. I think it was the right choice here. I just wish they had retained more of classic Mary Jane's attitude. I liked this MJ fine, but between her, Peter, and Miles, there's a lot of very earnest, go-getting young people running around, and it would have been nice if one of them contrasted with that a little more. That being said, the writing in the Peter MJ scenes is really well done. Christos Gage, one of the writers of this game, has always excelled at writing people who fundamentally care about each other but aren't getting along. He's shown that off really well in his Angel and Faith and Buffy the Vampire Slayer comics, and I can definitely feel his influence here. Since Peter became Spider-Man 8 whole years ago, it's clear that the couple have been through a lot. And their relationship problems have long moved past stuff like, should I tell her I'm a superhero, that we've seen tackled over and over again, which I thought was really refreshing. One of the more standout moments from the story for me was actually just an argument over text that the pair have. It's definitely relatable, and it manages to feel both really modern without that being forced, and like a classic Spider-Man problem at the same time. But let's talk a little bit more about Spider-Man himself. As someone who loves the everyman quality of the character, I guess I just need to accept the fact that between this and Homecoming, all of his suits from now on are going to be really high-tech and have a bunch of bells and whistles. And I get it, it adds a lot of gameplay variety, and on that front, it was definitely a smart choice. They can also justify it, since Peter is a scientist, it makes sense he'd be able to upgrade his gear. But to me, the more of this kind of stuff that you add to the character, the less of an average guy he becomes. And I really don't think we need another Iron Man. That's a very small complaint though, in a new Spider-Man world that's, in general, very cleverly constructed. But of course, I can't really break down the story in any meaningful way without getting into spoiler territory. So yeah, here's your warning: if you don't want to know how the story ends, feel free to come back later.
You'll pay for this, Kingpin! I swear you'll pay!
Alright, so let's talk about them. Otto Octavius and Norman Osborn. They made some pretty major changes to those characters here. The first is that Otto and Norman are actually co-founders of Oscorp before having a falling out. They kind of established this Steve Jobs, Steve Wozniak dynamic, where Osborn tends to get most of the credit while Otto worked more behind the scenes. That story is blended together with Mr. Negative's origin, where it's implied that Otto quit Oscorp over the experiment that killed Martin Lee's parents, forcing him to start his own company that Norman seems intent on crushing. Now, this is a radically different origin for Doc Ock, but it retains some of the same story beats. I recently reread Doc Ock's first story in Amazing Spider-Man number 3 and watched Spider-Man 2. And even though all three of those origins are very different, I found it interesting that they all had Doc Ock's mind being kind of corrupted and changed. But that change only served to amplify what was already there, just under the surface: his extreme arrogance. In one of Otto's last scenes in the game, the difference between his and Peter's philosophy becomes very apparent. Otto says that they have to use their talents in service of others, even when they don't appreciate it, which Peter is clearly taken in by. After all, it's kind of the cornerstone of Spider-Man's whole life. But then Otto says that they have to do what's best for those beneath them, which Peter is horrified by. I love this moment because it perfectly illustrates how these two view the world. Marvel stories are filled with scientists and geniuses who invent weird, miraculous, and often destructive things. And it usually comes down to how that individual views others that will define them as a hero or a villain. Yeah, Doc Ock's mind had been tampered with, but the seeds of what made him a person willing to poison New York City in service of a petty personal hatred were always there. And I think that by the end of the story, Peter realizes that. And then Aunt May dies. And look, Aunt May dying, or the threat of Aunt May dying, is not a new concept. Writers have used it as a plot device many times through the years. But I would say that its role in this story is particularly smart. The choice is put in Peter's hands. He can use the entire serum to save Aunt May right then, or give them time to make more of it and save everyone sick in the city. It's a cruel decision, and it's exactly the kind of heightened, tough emotional choice that I absolutely love in superhero stories. There's never much doubt that Peter is going to make the right choice though, because Peter Parker just isn't the kind of person who lets thousands of people die, even if it means a huge sacrifice on his part. And it's that, not the ability to drop a web blossom on a rooftop full of gangsters, and what really separates him from Otto Octavius and Martin Lee. As for Norman, I will say that Harry Twist was really something. Not that surprising maybe, like from the moment Mary Jane broke into Norman's penthouse, I kind of figured out what was going on, but it was still a great tease. I'm wondering though if they were hinting at a future Green Goblin or a future Venom. The green tank suggested one thing, but it did kind of look like a symbiote at the very end there, so I'm not sure. Either way though, I thought Norman didn't quite have enough to do in this game, but what we did get was definitely interesting. As for Miles getting powers, that was expected, but well executed enough, I guess. I'm really curious if we're going to control both him and Peter in the next game, like maybe switch between the two. But overall, I didn't think he was super necessary for this story. But okay, in the end, Spider-Man PS4, what'd I think? Well, I think it's clearly the best Spider-Man game ever made, and easily one of my favorite games I've played this year. The gameplay is silky smooth, and the collectibles are a ton of fun, but it's this new version of Spider-Man and his world that I think are the game's real accomplishment, and I honestly can't wait to see where they take it next. So, I know this video is about Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse, but I want to start by asking, hey, remember the Justice League? It opened up around this time last year and was Warner Brothers' attempt to really kickstart an entire DC universe without giving every character a solo movie first. And it failed. And many people were like, of course it did, there's no way that that concept, that way of world building could have worked in the first place. In a strange way, this movie actually does a similar thing. It is franchise filmmaking first and foremost. I'm sure Sony would love this to launch a Miles Morales franchise, a Spider-Woman franchise, hell, maybe even a Spider-Ham one. Honestly, it all sounded a little cynical to me, and even after the interesting trailers, I was a little bit skeptical. I even made a video a few months ago about all the possible pitfalls that this premise could lead to. And sitting in the theater, I was pretty amazed to watch the movie swing around pretty much every single one of them. A lot of attention has been paid to the look of the movie, and for good reason. But it's the script that I was really impressed by, and how it managed to exceed my expectations at pretty much every turn. So in this video, I'm going to dig into that. I'm going to try not to get too spoilery or talk about plot points that aren't really given away in trailers or scenes released online. But I am going to talk about character motivations a lot, so if you're super spoiler phobic, maybe come back to this later. But in general, I'm not going to be giving away any big plot points.
Swinging from building to building, running around in a hot costume. Sometimes I wonder why.
Into the Spider-Verse is the most naturalistic CG animated movie I've really ever seen. That's kind of a weird thing to say about a movie that features a talking pig with spider powers, but I really think it's true. There's just something to the flow of simple conversations in this movie that totally sets it apart from most animated films. I had been worried that the Spider-Verse concept would completely overshadow Miles' story, but the first act immediately let me know that that wasn't going to be the case at all. Scenes between Miles and Jefferson, his kind of uptight police officer dad, have been shown off a lot in previews, but I was still really impressed with how much depth was presented here. I've always liked Miles Morales, but I think this version of him is probably my favorite, and gives him a more distinct personality away from Peter Parker than many others have managed to. At the same time though, I think the best origins for any Spider character, whether it's Miles, Miguel O'Hara, Gwen Stacy, or obviously Peter Parker, will always involve one thing. Young characters that have an enormous responsibility placed on them kind of out of nowhere, that then need to decide what kind of person they want to be. That's the through line of Miles' story, and we can see it play out in the two people he looks up to the most, neither of which are Peter Parker actually. They're his dad and Uncle Aaron. And I think this is an area that really improves on the original Bendis story. The simple dynamic here could be Jefferson good, Aaron bad. But the movie is surprisingly more complex with its characters than that. In Spider-Verse, Aaron isn't presented as a totally uncaring criminal. In fact, I think it's safe to say that he takes a more active interest in Miles' life than Jefferson does. He encourages his interests, even if the tagging they're doing isn't totally legal, but he's also a guy who's clearly in a little over his head and is willing to do some pretty terrible things to get by as the Prowler. Then there's Jefferson, who, refreshingly, also isn't presented as a completely rigid and harsh father figure or as a saint. He's a regular person. He's trying his best, but he has a hard time actually communicating with Miles in the same way that Aaron does. I explain this to show that the dynamic between these three characters can't easily be reduced down to Aaron just being the devil and Jefferson being the angel on Miles' shoulders. It's a lot more grounded and honestly feels a lot more realistic than that. In a movie that features alternate dimensions, multiple Spider-Men, and Nicolas Cage, this is an aspect of the movie that's probably not going to get talked about much, but I really think it's worth noting here, and it goes to show just how much care went into the storytelling. Then there's Peter Parker, and I'm debating how much to really dig into him here because I might dedicate an entire video to this take on the character next week. Haven't really decided yet, we'll see. But I gotta say, at first I had kind of mixed feelings. This older and cruder Peter bears a very heavy resemblance to Jake Johnson's other most well-known character, Nick Miller on the sitcom New Girl. They're both slobs, they're both really funny, and Jake Johnson uses basically the same kind of line deliveries for both. On one hand, I actually really like that character on New Girl, so I had no problems there, but on the other, I kind of had a hard time buying him as Peter Parker. Now, Into the Spider-Verse does buy itself a little bit of leeway here. After all, he's just a Peter Parker, one from many possible dimensions. And the more I thought about it afterwards, the more I actually really liked this weird take on the character. With a few notable exceptions, writers tend not to want Peter to get too old. After a certain point, it can kind of feel like the character's done and seen it all. There's not much left to do to the poor guy. He just repeats the same thing over and over again. Spider-Verse, though, uses this to its advantage. The fact that Peter's life is an endless cycle of beating up bad guys and saving the city, and has been since he was a teenager, is kind of why he's such an emotionally stunted adult. Like a child actor or a promising young athlete, he kind of peaked when he was in his late teens, early 20s, and he's been doing the exact same things ever since. And he's afraid to move on from that, setting up his conflict with Mary Jane, who's actually kind of ready for the next phase of her life. That makes this a surprisingly dark and deep take on the character. This Peter Parker isn't just who Miles wants to be, he's also kind of a cautionary tale of what to avoid. Gwen Stacy obviously has the biggest role outside of Miles and Peter, and I'm a pretty big fan of this interpretation of her. The truth about Gwen, in my opinion anyway, is that her original incarnation was just never that interesting. There was a reason that the Spider-Man writers of the 70s wanted to kill her off so bad and focus on MJ. She was boring. Sure, she was nice, supportive, pretty, but well, they kind of failed to come up with much characterization beyond that. Unlike Mary Jane, who burst into the pages of the comics immediately interesting, witty, and confident, someone who really played well off of Peter's constant neuroses, outside of her famous death, there was just never much to her, and clone storylines and romantic flings with Norman Osborn didn't exactly help. But I liked that Spider-Gwen book that came out a few years ago a lot, which kind of built off Emma Stone's performance in the Amazing movies. This is the Gwen we see in Spider-Verse, and I'm pretty glad to have her here, even if her backstory was kept a little more vague than I was expecting. I'm kind of assuming they want to save that for her own movie. Spider-Ham, Spider-Man Noir, and Penny Parker are all great too. All of them are given just enough characterization to not just be punchlines, but I really think the most fun part of watching them is just how different these styles of animation mesh with Miles' world. They do a great job of selling that each of these characters has an entire universe with its own unique style, tone, and rules. Also, not to be totally hyperbolic here, but I think the case could be made that John Mulaney was the smartest piece of comedy casting in all of 2018. He's kind of amazing as Spider-Ham in a way that I wasn't totally prepared for. The old-timey showbiz voice, the Looney Tunes physics, it all works so well for me in a way that the character never really did for me in the comics.
Those bars! I'm in prison! I've been captured by the police.
This was pretty amazing to see in theaters because it felt like I was watching a movie that almost had no right to be as good as it is. Trying to blend this many tones with such a convoluted plot built to start a new franchise just shouldn't work. But much like writer Phil Lord and producer Chris Miller's other films, The Lego Movie and 21 Jump Street, it just kinda clicks. But that doesn't mean the movie is perfect. On the villain front, they do kind of only meet the minimum requirements. Kingpin is fine here, and given a compelling enough backstory, I guess, but his characterization feels a little uninspired, especially coming right off Daredevil Season 3, which had such a great version of the character. I also wish we had a little more time with the Prowler, since he's so important to Miles' story and origin, but at least what we did get was really great. Going any farther into the villains would lead to more spoilery territory, so I guess I'll just say this is the one area of the film that didn't totally work for me and where the characterization tended to be the shallowest. Overall though, it's a little hard to overstate how much I found myself enjoying this movie. I went in with some reservations and I walked out totally blown away. And even though I don't think I'm ready to declare this my favorite Spider-Man movie or anything, it's definitely the best testament to the power of the Spider-Man character. The core ideas that have always been behind the character have been pushed farther than ever here, and it turned out really great. And I'm not gonna lie, that tribute to Stan Lee and Steve Ditko at the end really got me. There's still plenty of movies to be released before this holiday season ends, but Into the Spider-Verse is probably the best present Spider-Man fans could have asked for. The idea of Spider-Man getting old is kind of weird. A lot of people say that superhero stories are, at their most basic level, a power fantasy for the reader or viewer. Now, I think that idea is a little too simplistic, but I don't think it's totally wrong either. There's a reason kids pretend blankets are capes or play with superhero action figures. When you're young, it's really fun to imagine that you're swinging through the air, flying into space, or battling evil to save the city. And I'm really not sure that ever totally goes away. But in many ways, the reality of aging is the complete opposite of that fantasy. I think there's a real sadness to watching legends slowly fade, rather than go out with a big bang. You can see this in the real world all the time. When I was a kid, Allen Iverson seemed like an untouchable basketball god. Fast, dynamic, surprising, he was easily one of the most fun players to watch. And there's something uncomfortable about watching all of that slowly come apart, as Iverson kind of quietly turned into a shadow of that player. He was still great in moments, but not really able to fully claw his way back to his former glory, quietly finishing off his career in Turkey with very little fanfare. Superheroes never have to face that reality if we don't want them to. Peter Parker was 16 in 1962, and even though he's older now, he's never that much older. I mean, in the comics right now, he's even back in college. He's always kind of going to be in a state of arrested development, never quite having his life totally together, but always being in his physical prime. One of the most interesting aspects of the new Into the Spider-Verse movie is seeing that whole idea upended. We get that older Peter Parker, and he's not exactly aging gracefully.
Spider-Man.
Now granted, this isn't the first time ever we've seen an older Peter. In Spider-Girl, Peter has lost his leg in a battle and retired, leaving the fight to his daughter. This always seemed kind of dumb to me, since replacing a limb in the Marvel Universe should really be as easy as stopping by Tony Stark or Reed Richards' apartment. But the point is, in this version of the universe, it all comes crashing down at once, not slowly over time. He was a great Spider-Man, and then all at once, he couldn't do it anymore. There's also Spider-Man Reign, where he's old and bitter after killing Mary Jane with his, radioactive sperm. Oh, and it's also set in a dystopian future. Whatever, it's a weird comic. My point is that Spider-Verse is special because it feels fresh to see Peter Parker just keep doing what he's doing while slowly losing his passion for the job, rather than one big dramatic change in his life stopping him from being Spider-Man. Peter Parker is famous for being one of the most grounded and relatable superheroes, so the problems of an older Peter being that he's just kind of stuck in a rut, afraid to really move on to the next stage of his life with Mary Jane, and feeling a bit disillusioned with the work that he was once so passionate about, makes a lot more sense to me than the other, more dramatic old Peter Parkers we've seen. I think a lot of people can see themselves in that, whereas very few of us are going to lose a limb while fighting Green Goblin to the death. Spider-Verse is definitely a Miles Morales movie, first and foremost, but it really does a lot with Peter's character, in a way that's actually a lot sadder than it might appear at first glance. It's such a funny movie that it's easy to gloss over the fact that when Miles says Uncle Ben's iconic motto to Peter, he shuts him down immediately. With great power comes great responsibility may still be words that he tries to live by, but at this point he can't help but resent them. They've hung over his entire life since he was a teenager, inspiring him, but also, at least to some extent, making him live with a lot of guilt. Again, I don't want to make this sound too depressing because it is a funny scene. It's not like the movie plays it as a Greek tragedy or something. But still, it's definitely there. And the more you think about it, the more complex Peter's character arc becomes. I actually think that's one of the biggest strengths of this movie. It's packed with characters and action, but it's very smart about giving each of its lead a backstory that suggests so much more than just what ends up on screen. There's a great moment in Spider-Verse where Miles meets up with Peter while crawling around in an air vent. Peter is taken aback for a second because someone is actually there to help him for once. And in that small, light moment, you get the sense that this Peter Parker is far from the Peter of the MCU, with a ton of other heroes around, and a lot more like the Spider-Man of Tobey Maguire. A fairly isolated figure with no one else to really fight alongside him. The flashbacks drive this home too, showing a slightly different version of events from the original Spider-Man trilogy. Now, I don't think this necessarily means this Peter is the exact one from those movies, but he definitely led a similar life, and there's something poignant about seeing a version of that Spider-Man so many years later. We don't get much of Mary Jane in this film, but we understand their relationship immediately, and it feels like it could be a continuation of the Peter-MJ relationship from the Raimi films. This is actually a very smart move on the filmmaker's part, as it really allows the audience to feel like they know this Peter Parker well, while also being able to focus most of the attention on its actual lead, Miles. The older Peter is not the only Peter Parker to be found in this movie, but he's definitely the most interesting one. We've seen superheroes get old before. Old Man Logan is a great example, but even that takes place in an ultra-dark future. I like this version of Spider-Man because it wasn't some futuristic apocalypse that made him miserable. It was just getting older and getting kind of bored with everything. By the end of the movie, he's out of this rut, but I'd still love to see what happens next. This Peter Parker may be older, but I feel like there's so much more to explore with this version of the character. And it goes to show that maybe Marvel shouldn't be so afraid of letting its characters start showing their age a bit. So I think we can all agree that 2018 was a pretty incredible year for Spider-Man. It saw the release of 4 pretty great Spidey stories across 3 different mediums. So today I'm going to be going over each one, what I liked about them, maybe a little bit of what didn't really work for me, and then deciding which one to crown as the best Spider-Man story of last year. But honestly, feel free to disagree, because really, I'm just using this whole which one is best setup as a good excuse to compare them and talk about a couple movies, a comic, and a game that I really loved. Whichever one you think is best, at the end of the day, I'm really just happy that we got all of them. With that being said, let's start with the one that most of us have probably spent the most time with, Spider-Man PS4.
Energize Spider-Man, the motorized web. It pulls, it lifts. The spider light to climb at night.
Peter Parker swung his way onto the PS4 as one of the year's biggest exclusives, and he didn't disappoint. Now that all the DLC is out, I've actually been jumping back into the game. And while I don't really think the DLC is quite up to par with the high storytelling standards set by the main campaign, it's still a great reminder of what made this game so enjoyable. It sets out to remix and rebuild Peter's world, and I think it does a great job of it. It does it by avoiding a lot of the most tired cliches. Instead of Peter worrying about if MJ will discover his secret identity, it pushes their relationship into more complex territory, where they've already been through all that but still don't quite know how to make things work. And then there's also its Doc Ock, which stands toe-to-toe with the best versions of the character. Although I will say that after about 70 hours with the gameplay has gotten a little bit repetitive, and I'm not a big fan of the new enemy types found in the DLC. But overall, it's kind of hard to find a lot of faults with the game, and it seems like there's a pretty big possibility that this is just the beginning of a new Marvel universe opening up in gaming. And if they're all as well written as Spider-Man, I really can't wait.
I feel so distant. I have nobody. Except you, of course. You're always here for me.
You're rock solid.
The PS4 game is about a very well established and experienced Peter Parker, which I think makes it a good point of comparison for my next subject, the Amazing Spider-Man relaunch. After years and years of Dan Slott writing for ASM, a lot of which, to be honest, I have some pretty huge problems with, it was really great to see Nick Spencer take over the title and go so back to the basics with Peter that the first arc is literally called Back to the Basics. What I really love about Spencer's take is that it manages to make Peter Parker feel like Peter Parker again, without letting him off the hook for the terrible choices he's made in the past few years. Actually, a channel that I'm a big fan of, Godzilla Mendoza, went super in-depth on this a while ago, so I'll put a link to that in the video description. But basically, it's just really refreshing to read a Peter Parker that doesn't act like a petulant jerk all the time. They've dumped all the annoying Peter Parker as a tech CEO stuff, which in my opinion always went against the entire point of the character as an everyman hero, and they're dealing with the consequences of that story. Not to mention, it's just nice to see Mary Jane being a big part of the series again. And much like Spidey PS4, that relationship has quickly become one of the best things about it. Now, if I had one big strike against Spencer's run, it's that I think this last Big Man arc was a little weak. Still, with a promising new story kicking off, I think that might have just been a bump in the road. Overall, Spencer's run has yet to produce anything truly groundbreaking for the character, but it is just a huge breath of fresh air after a decade of Peter Parker being trapped in a comic book written by a writer who never seemed to like him very much. Then there's Infinity War. And honestly, I debated including this in the video at all because obviously it's not just a Spider-Man movie. He's just one small part of a giant superhero mosaic. But after thinking about it a little bit, there was just no way I couldn't include it. And it all comes down to that scene. You know the one. Spoilers for a movie you've all already seen. The one where Spider-Man is brutally killed off. I mean, sure, it looks like he's coming back this summer and he'll be fine. But there's still no denying the impact of that moment. Those deaths, and I would even argue Peter's death specifically, are basically the emotional climax of the biggest movie of 2018. In a video about best Spider-Man stories, I think that's worth mentioning. Tom Holland does a lot with what he's given in the movie too. And like Civil War before it, I think he ends up being one of the movie's best elements. But my biggest hesitation in calling this the best Spider-Man story of 2018 comes down to a pretty simple reason. Peter Parker in Infinity War is basically there to move Tony Stark's character arc forward. He's there so when the genocidal snap happens, it hits Tony, and by extension us, as hard as possible. That's not really a criticism, it worked for the structure of the movie that they were making, but I just can't see it as the Spider-Man event of 2018. So then of course there's Into the Spider-Verse, a Spider-Man movie unlike any that had come before it. I've talked about how much I love this movie in a few videos, and come on, you all know it's great, but how does it match up against other interpretations of Spider-Man? Well, it's interesting that Miles Morales is also heavily featured in Spider-Man PS4, and both are kind of a step up from the original Bendis version. Oh, also side tangent, Miles' current comic is really good, like better than anything they'd done with him previously. Anyway, Spider-Verse's Miles definitely gets more time to shine. I wouldn't say any of the changes they make to his character are massive shifts from the original Bendis origin story. If anything, there are a lot of small tweaks, but there's a lot of them, and they're all really smart tweaks. All those little changes really add up and shape Miles into a better character. And this trend of riffing and improving on older stories is seen throughout the movie. It does the Spider-Verse and Spider-Man concepts better than the comics did, and that's on top of improving Miles' origin story.
First, I will destroy your reflection, Spider-Man!
So, okay, if Spider-Man PS4 and Into the Spider-Verse were my two favorite Spider stories of the year, how do I really even compare them? They're obviously very different experiences, and they represent two very different approaches to the character. PS4 is all about going back to what worked in classic Spider-Man stories and kind of streamlining and modernizing it. It's a very sleek and well done version of traditional Spider-Man, and I think that's why I give the slight edge to Spider-Verse. The way that it balances goofy stuff like Spider-Ham with its depressed older take on Peter show that it's a movie willing to take some big risks. I'm glad both exist, but I think the story of Spider-Verse is really going to stick with me longer, no matter how many henchmen I beat up on PlayStation 4. 2018 was also the year that both of Spider-Man's creators, Stan Lee and Steve Ditko, passed away, which was really sad but also maybe kind of fitting. Because if 2018 showed anything, it's that there's a real timeless quality to the concept and character that they created together. And that's kind of amazing. So I probably don't have to tell you that Steve Ditko passed away recently. The Spider-Man and Doctor Strange co-creator had been living a pretty reclusive life for decades now, always intensely private and never really granting an interview to anyone. But his personality did show up very clearly in his work, with his time at Marvel producing some of the most striking and honestly weirdest art that comics have ever seen. But today I want to hone in on one part of his legacy, Spider-Man's villains. Because as the current writer of Peter Parker the Spectacular Spider-Man said on Twitter, it's been almost 60 years and nobody was able to top his original creations. We just keep going back to them because we could never be as weird and cool and timeless. But what is it about his great Spidey villains that had readers, and eventually filmgoers, coming back for more over and over again?
Good eye, myself.
So, what makes a great Spider-Man villain? What separates Doc Ock or the Green Goblin from, say, Big Wheel or one of the other forgettable adversaries introduced through the years? Well, to see what makes a supervillain work, I think you have to take a look at the hero first. Because bad guys that stick around for the long haul tend to reflect on the superhero's personality in an interesting way. And there tends to be a common through line. Spider-Man's a good example of this. We all know what the core themes of the character are: power and great responsibility. Not only is Peter a smart guy, he was also accidentally blessed, or cursed depending on your point of view, with amazing abilities. The same can be said of many of his villains. Both the guys I mentioned earlier, Doc Ock and the Green Goblin, are known for being very intelligent men. One's a scientific genius and the other's a business genius, who's, also no slouch at the science stuff himself. But what do they do with that? That talent, wealth, and yes, power. Unlike Peter, they never use it responsibly. This might be best summed up in a more recent famous panel, where a villain says that, yeah, he could cure cancer, but he really wants to turn people into dinosaurs. The Green Goblin's goals aren't usually so ridiculous, but in many ways his motives are similar. Instead of using great power in any productive way like Spider-Man tries to, he only uses it to cause death and destruction. But that's not the only thing that sets Ditko's classic villains apart, and what made his art so different from that of other Marvel legend Jack Kirby, where Kirby drew confident and larger-than-life characters, both in his heroes and his villains. Ditko's creations, more often than not, were skinny, angry, and neurotic. Compare his Peter Parker to that of the artist that followed him, John Romita. Ditko's Peter almost always does the right thing, sure, but he's also just much less traditionally heroic than many future versions of Spidey. He's bitter, constantly anxious, and surprisingly angry. This sense of angst really set the book apart from most other comics at the time, that were filled with square-jawed, no-nonsense heroes. To be fair, John Romita's interpretation of Spider-Man is iconic in its own right, but it also shaved a lot of those rough edges off of Peter. And Ditko took this same approach to villains. Spider-Man's best bad guys are usually pretty far from the evil and meticulous Dr. Doom. They're much more in line with, say, the Vulture, insecure, bitter, and at times at the edge of sanity. While the Fantastic Four fought giant monsters and evil dictators, Spider-Man tends to fight a lot of really angry middle-aged men who feel like they've been screwed over. Like Peter, they find themselves with a lot of power and a lot of problems, but thanks to Uncle Ben, only Peter uses his responsibly.
Say, where have I seen that guy before?
But what about later Spider-Man villains, you might be asking? You know, the ones introduced well after Ditko left. Well, let's take a look at the most famous one, Venom. Sure, in terms of design and aesthetics, he looks nothing like a Ditko character. Venom definitely looks like a character from the 80s, not the 60s. But look a little closer, and I think you'll find a ton of similarities to the old school classics. For one thing, Eddie Brock is almost completely driven by insecurity, anger at Peter Parker, and a profound bitterness that his work is being overlooked. He's offered a lot of power, and then immediately uses it in the worst way possible. So I think part of the reason he's stuck around so much, aside from the fact that, you know, he just looks cool on a t-shirt, is that his story taps into those classic Spider-Man themes. I think this is a huge part of why Spider-Man has one of the strongest rogues galleries in comics. Because, and I mean this in the best way possible, they're kind of sad. In a way, they're a lot more human and grounded than most supervillains. Many of them share Peter's love of science and are even better scientists than him. They also have a similar chip on their shoulder. A lot of them feel misunderstood by the world, who they feel like have failed to respect their hard work and intellect. Now, Peter Parker doesn't take it to such self-pitying extremes, but there's no denying that that's also a part of his character, especially in the Ditko days.
Once I unlock the secrets in this book, I'll have supernatural power.
As future writers and artists, both in comics and other mediums like video games and movies, wrote the character, Peter Parker would lighten up a little, start dressing more casually, and even in some interpretations look more like a running back than Steve Ditko's nerdy science enthusiast. But one thing that was never lost is what Ditko brought to those villains. That small-scale sense of bitterness, self-pity, and isolation that most of Spider-Man's rogues gallery suffer from make them the perfect fodder for a character who shares a lot of those traits as well. But of course, what makes Peter different is that he doesn't give in to those traits or use them as an excuse to, you know, do supervillain stuff. He goes out and does the right thing anyway, which has made him really likable and easy to identify with for generations of fans. Characters like Doc Ock, Mysterio, the Vulture, and the Green Goblin probably aren't going to be thought of as like really cool badasses. There's a lot less Doc Ock merchandise out there than, say, Carnage merch, and I understand why. But I think that these early villains are exactly what a Spider-Man bad guy should be, in that they don't just serve their roles as a plot device, doing the dastardly thing Spidey needs to stop, they also contrast really well with him, and give the reader more insight into Peter Parker. So how do you create a good Spider-Man villain? Well, in my opinion at least, you find a facet of Peter Parker's personality, and then you come up with a character who can hold a mirror up to it and make the reader look at him in a different light. And to this day, I don't think any of them have done that quite as well as the original 60s villains. Spider-Boy, Iron Boy, Iron Man Jr. In my time on this channel, I've made maybe more than my fair share of videos about the MCU Spider-Man. So I've read at least one comment containing a dismissive nickname like this every day since July 2017, I guess? Wow, long time. When people criticize Tom Holland's Spider-Man, this is generally one of the things they say. This is a Peter Parker who lives in Tony Stark's shadow, a goofy kid bumbling around while the more established heroes help him out. He's a glorified sidekick who has to lean on Iron Man's tech to get anything done. Now here we are 2 years later with Spider-Man Far From Home, a movie that does something pretty interesting, I think. It stars a Spider-Man who's really afraid that all of those things might be true. And if they are, what kind of hero does that make him? There's been countless versions of Peter Parker through the years, but one thing they tend to have in common is being racked with a certain amount of insecurity, guilt, and a little anxiety. Peter doesn't have the ironclad ego of Tony Stark, or the moral certitude of Steve Rogers. And he knows it. Peter is overwhelmed at the amount of questions being thrown at him about if he's going to be the one to step up and lead the Avengers after Tony Stark has died. I've seen a lot of criticism thrown at both Far From Home and Homecoming for having villains that directly relate to Tony Stark and his company. But speaking for myself, this is actually one of the best things these movies have going for them. Look at the other Avengers who have their own film series. Thor and Captain Marvel are often off in space. Cap could usually be found at HQ or some military base when not off on a mission, and Tony was a billionaire whose life had very little in common with your average person living in the MCU. Not Peter Parker. Spider-Man's films are the ones where we see things from the perspective of normal people. While most MCU heroes are dealing with aliens, magic rocks, and world-ending consequences, Spidey is the one left to deal with the results of those events. The one who sees from a street-level perspective the consequences of all these massive changes that have happened. And to me, it doesn't get much more Peter Parker than that. He's the ultimate everyman, so I think he's the perfect fit for that perspective.
He arrives just in time. Spider-Man, Spider-Man, friendly neighbor.
Far From Home is a movie that has to serve two purposes at once. It needs to function as both a sequel to Homecoming and give us our first look at the world of the MCU post-Endgame. And those are two films with very, very different tones. How you think it balances those two things is probably a decent indication on how you'll feel about this movie in general. The film begins with a montage of all the heroes we lost in Endgame. I know a lot of people weren't into this, but I really liked how it went about re-establishing this world through the lens of regular high school kids. We saw the big important heroes mourn in Endgame. This doesn't need to be that. It stays true to the tone of Homecoming by giving us something that resembles, surprisingly well actually, a badly edited montage you'd see on Instagram or Twitter after a celebrity dies. After that, we're dropped into Midtown High's new normal, with the movie smoothly laying out what the blip has meant for everyone. The blip isn't the focus of the film, far from it honestly, but I still think they did a really great job of integrating it into the story. Peter's romantic rival Brad is a good example of this. Making him a classmate they knew as a kid, only to come back and have him be 5 years older, was a small but clever way to use what could have been a real narrative stumbling block to the movie's advantage. Little details like that, or Peter's teacher describing how his wife faked her own blip to leave him, weren't just funny, they made the MCU feel like a living, breathing place in a way that we don't get to see very often. Is it a little convenient that none of the major players from Homecoming seem to have blipped? Yeah, definitely, and I really would have appreciated at least a stray line here or there about how someone tried to text Liz when they got back only to find out she was 5 years older. I think something like that would have gone a long way to at least lampshade the issue. But overall, I mean, come on, 50% of the population is a lot of people. So even if you're the kind of person who gets really hung up on that kind of thing, I wouldn't call this a huge problem for the movie. Probably much more important is how you feel about the teen dramedy aspect of the movie, which, maybe even more than the action, is what both this and Homecoming live and die by. And I understand this can be very easy to dismiss. Spend 5 minutes online and you'll find comparisons to the Disney Channel and people writing it off as simple teen romance. Now I understand if that just isn't your thing, but I think those comparisons can be a little lazy. This is a genre like any other. It can be done well and it can be done poorly. And when it is done well, I think it can be really great. Sure, not every joke lands in Far From Home, but I do think Watts & Company do a pretty great job here. An example would be the scene where Peter opens the airplane bathroom door, sees MJ, quickly closes it, cleans the entire room, messes with his hair, and then is finally ready to let her in, only to see Brad instead. That's a really simple joke, but one that feels very true to the character, and it doesn't feel like something I've seen a million times already. And I think that's one of the best things about these movies. The humor in these movies usually come from smart observations about the characters' personalities, not just a cheap gag. And since we're talking about the teen characters, I might as well get into one of them a bit here. I didn't touch on MJ much in the Homecoming videos because, really, there just wasn't all that much there yet. It was clear that they were just setting her up to be more important down the road. And I know she has her critics, being a vast departure in personality from the original MJ, but honestly, I thought she was pretty great here. Now, I will say I would have liked a few more scenes with her. The fact that we have so little backstory or knowledge about her outside of her experiences with Peter can be a little frustrating. In the first Raimi movie, one of MJ's early scenes sees her storming out of her house while her parents scream at each other, before talking to Peter in the backyard. This isn't like a ton of backstory by any means, but it managed to say a lot with a little, and gave us some much needed insight into the character at an early stage. But I do really like what Zendaya brings to the table. Whether she's Michelle Jones or Mary Jane or whatever, I don't have a big problem with MJ being different here. I mean, I grew up reading the Ultimate comics as a kid, and the nerdy best friend MJ found there is a pretty huge departure from the original. Even the Raimi version, job aside, has little in common with the actual personality of 616 universe Mary Jane. So I don't think there's anything wrong with a new version of the character that takes a different approach. And I think the moment where she really clicked as a character for me was the scene on the bridge in Prague, where she quickly tells Peter that people used to be executed there. but she doesn't say it with the Aubrey Plaza laid-back cool that she usually would. She's actually really awkward about it. She was really nervous here, so her first impulse was to say something edgy but true to kinda smooth over that feeling. I thought that explained a lot about the character and added some much needed dimension to her, even though I definitely would like more backstory in the future.
In 1 hour. Hey, don't look at me. Maybe you didn't deliver his paper this morning.
And of course, we have to talk about Mysterio. Pretty much everyone's favorite self-serious fishbowl head. And I really think they nailed it. Mysterio is everything I wanted him to be here, while also serving as a very good example of what the MCU can be when it uses continuity in a smart way. Jake Gyllenhaal is different from classic Quentin Beck in a few very big ways. He's the guy who can easily slip into the role of a Tony Stark-esque hero. Unlike the comic version, who's generally an awkward dude with a terrible haircut. But at the core, where it really counts, Mysterio still retains his defining characteristics. He's a deeply bitter guy with a lot of anger at the world for not recognizing his talent and genius, and someone who really, really wants to be seen as impressive. Mysterio's first ever appearance in Amazing Spider-Man 13 begins with him framing the webhead for a crime. And intentional or not, I kind of liked how that was the grand finale of his story here too. His illusions were pretty much what I hoped they could be. I especially liked the imagery of Spider-Man inside a snow globe city inside Beck's helmet. That just felt very classic Mysterio. His backstory working in past continuity from the MCU was also really well done, I thought, with his big exposition scene being one of the most ridiculous but also one of the most fun things in the entire movie. Gyllenhaal's performance was great too, being just a little too polished and nice early on, and then moving into being an incredibly fast-talking, kind of condescending psycho with an obsessive quality that really recalled his role in Nightcrawler. But how was Spider-Man himself? Well, if I had one big criticism of the MCU Spidey, it's that the working class aspect of the character feels like it's kind of been lost in a cloud of fancy tech. Financial issues just don't seem to be a thing that play a role in Peter's life, as it hasn't been brought up very much since Civil War. Apparently there was a deleted scene where he had to sell all of his Star Wars collectibles to afford going on the class trip. I really wish that had made the final cut, because I do think it's a really important aspect of what separates Spider-Man from your Iron Mans and your Thors. But aside from that, I was very on board with how the movie handled him. Peter's central story, the weight of living up to expectations that he's not quite sure he can bear, is an MCU twist on a classic Parker problem, and his breakdown on the plane with Happy was a real highlight of the movie. As Peter walks around these cities, he sees tributes to Iron Man that almost treat him as a religious figure. And who can blame them? He literally died for half of all life on Earth. No one can live up to that. And that's essentially what Happy tells him. All he can do is go out there and try his best. As Peter puts together a new suit though, Happy plays Back in Black as an obvious nod to Iron Man. This probably bothers some people, but I think it makes sense for this Spider-Man. Tony Stark has played a huge role in his life. And as much as Homecoming skeptics may hate that, I feel like it would be weird for Far From Home to downplay it. He was really inspired by Tony Stark in this universe, and I don't think that makes him any less Spider-Man because of it. The core of the character was and remains that sense of responsibility and balancing that with his personal life, which is absolutely the focus of Far From Home. Okay, I'm usually one to complain about third act MCU battles going on too long, but I have to admit, I was really engaged throughout the whole thing here. Karen, Spidey's AI from Homecoming, is really nowhere to be found, probably because he has Beck or Happy to talk to for most of the movie while he's in costume, so it's just less necessary. I also just thought this movie did a better job with the action set pieces. Spider-Man was fast, fluid, and always improvising, giving every fight scene a chaotic, like barely pulling this off energy that just felt right to me. This is really specific, but I've always loved when Spider-Man's web shooters run out or aren't totally working, and he has to work without them. Spectacular Spider-Man captured that really well, and finally the movies really have here too. There was less an emphasis on gadgets and different styles of webbing, and a lot more of just Peter thinking on his feet during combat. So while no one is gonna mistake John Watts for like George Miller or anything, I think he managed a big step up in how he directed this stuff, both in the final battle and in the illusion segments.
The Spider-Man web shooter supports the weight of toys only, doll and truck not included.
Finally, there's the post-credit scenes, which are huge. The last one with Nick Fury I actually wasn't that into. I thought Fury came off as both really dull and kind of dumb for the majority of this film, and while this scene explains that away, it still wasn't exactly exciting. I just don't care enough about the MCU Fury at this point to be all that interested in what he's up to. But okay, let's talk about the other one. Seeing J.K. Simmons as a new, modernized version of J. Jonah Jameson was definitely cool, but more importantly, this scene totally changed Peter's life going forward. When people say this movie has no consequences for Peter Parker, I honestly do not get it. Avoiding his responsibility as a hero and passing Tony's glasses off to Mysterio obviously had massive consequences for him. His life will probably never be the same now, and that's all a direct result of his actions. I'm thinking this signals that the next Spider-Man movie will probably have a bit more of a dramatic tone. But either way, it got me very excited to see where they go next. Kraven, the Green Goblin, even the Sinister Six, there's so many possibilities for them to tackle. So yeah, I really liked Far From Home. I wouldn't call it my favorite Spider-Man movie, but it lived up to my expectations and sold me even more on this version of Peter Parker. It'll probably be a while before we see him again, but honestly, this street-level perspective on the MCU, with Spider-Man's petty, ego-driven villains, is maybe my favorite little corner of this universe, and I had a great time revisiting it here. Ever since Into the Spider-Verse hit theaters, I've been asked over and over again to update my Spider-Man ranking video. And for a long time, I was hesitant. But now that we're not one but two movies out from that video, I kind of felt like it was time to jump back into them. And I considered just re-editing my old video and inserting some new movies, especially since I had like a bad cold this week, but I felt like that was kind of a ripoff for you guys. So instead of just serving up some old content here, I'm going to try to offer some new perspectives on the movies I've already ranked, along with the new ones. But I'll also include my old ranking video in the description in case you'd really like to hear some more of my thoughts on them. Anyway, it's been a crazy few years for the webhead. He's in the MCU, he's in the Avengers, he's dead, he's a cartoon pig, he's out of the MCU, and now it looks like he's back in it again. Obviously, there's a lot of ground to cover here, so I'm just gonna jump right in. Oh, but if you feel like helping out the channel and throwing a like or subscribe this video's way, I'd definitely appreciate it.
Swinging from building to building, running around in a hot costume. Sometimes I wonder why.
Number 8, The Amazing Spider-Man 2. It almost feels mean to pick on this movie at this point. I'm sure 99% of you already know what's wrong with it. Jamie Foxx's performance, the half-assed Goblin storyline, and, of course, the tone. Which the movie never really has a handle on. But rewatching it, I really think the biggest mistake this movie makes is going all in on the Peter Parker parents storyline. It eats up a good chunk of the running time and is just so unnecessary. Peter Parker having important espionage parents is always an idea that's driven me crazy, because I think it almost always misunderstands one of the core appeals of the character, that he's not special. He's not Harry Potter, some chosen one with a grand destiny laid out the second he was born. We have plenty of heroes like that already, and Peter Parker is not one of them. But I don't want to be completely dismissive of the film either. I think it has its moments. And the chemistry between Garfield and Stone is still pretty great, even if the script really undercuts that by making Peter Parker a creepy, whiny stalker. Oh, plus it has my favorite live-action Spider-Man costume. Not sure if that's a controversial opinion or not, but there you go. Number 7, The Amazing Spider-Man. Well, we're not done with the Mark Webb era yet. And you know, both times I've ranked this movie this low, I felt a little bad about it. Admittedly, it doesn't have the really low lows of the next movie on this list, but it's also missing the higher highs. And I have a hard time watching it without thinking that I'd rather be watching the first Raimi movie instead. It's a perfectly okay movie in a franchise that shouldn't just settle for okay. And though it isn't as bad as the second one, this movie also has an incredibly underwhelming villain. Now, it has touches I like. I've already mentioned Stone and Garfield, but I also really like the scene where all the crane operators help Spidey out. It's going for that New Yorkers are in this together thing that the Raimi movies also did, but I think it's doing it well. I also like some of the Aunt May Peter stuff too, because these two are just very naturalistic actors, giving some pretty grounded performances. But at the end of the day, this is a comic book action movie, and that plot-heavy stuff is really where the movie fails. So yeah, I have nothing against throwing this movie on like some rainy Sunday afternoon, but it's far from an all-time favorite. Number 6, Spider-Man 3. This is one of those movies I have a weird relationship with. From liking it as a kid to hating it on DVD, and finally to a weird sort of respect. Now, I'm not as willing to go as far in my praise as High Top Films, who just released a really great video on it, but it's a movie that I think works really well when it's not falling flat on its face. The Raimi touches give it a more unique flavor than the web films, and even though I still think Venom is painfully mishandled here, I do really like the Sandman performance. I'm still a little sad that the Raimi series went out like it did, but I don't think Spider-Man 3 is a catastrophe either. It's a flawed movie, but it has the heart where it counts, and Tobey Maguire is still really giving it his all as Peter Parker here. Number 5, Spider-Man Far From Home. Alright, now we're crossing over into the movies that I really like without many caveats. I've made a few videos on Far From Home, but I'll try to sum up my thoughts here. I think this is a more meaningful story for Peter Parker than it gets credit for. People complain about the Iron Man connection a lot in these movies, but I think it's put to really good use here, forming the backbone of an emotional journey for Peter that has him tackling his self-doubt and fears in classic Spider-Man fashion. Mysterio is also just a ton of fun every time he's on screen. I think many of the villains in the previous films on this list, like the Lizard or Venom, tended to drag those movies down, but that's definitely not a problem here. Gyllenhaal is great in the role, and his scenes are maybe the highlights of the movie. Now, I have Homecoming higher on this list, but I should also mention how much better I think this movie handles the action than that one did. The drone fight on the bridge is one of my favorite MCU battles, and that often discussed ending is really just the icing on the cake. Now, I debated putting it above the next movie on the list, but ultimately I do think it's a little dragged down by not giving enough time to supporting players like MJ and Aunt May. In the end though, Far From Home is still a film that I can go back to over and over again. It may not be perfect, but what it gets right, I think it absolutely nails. Number 4, Spider-Man. The first Raimi Spider-Man movie is, to me, the gold standard for superhero origin stories. It's exciting, sad, and funny. Unlike Spider-Man 3, it feels like a movie made by a guy with a lot to prove. Sam Raimi had never handled a movie with this kind of budget before, and he really makes the most out of it. Flawed CG aside, I'm still kind of amazed by how exhilarating it is to watch Spider-Man swinging around the city here. There's a joy in it that contrasts really well with how tough Peter Parker's life actually is. Now, Tobey Maguire has never been my favorite Spider-Man when he's actually in costume. I've made that pretty clear in my other videos. I just don't think he handles the one-liners well. But his Peter Parker is great. It's a performance that's often more subtle and quiet than you would probably see in the MCU. Maguire's Peter is introspective, heroic, and goofy all at the same time. And the fact that you have Willem Dafoe around chewing a little scenery definitely doesn't hurt either. This was pretty easily my favorite movie when I was 9, and while its flaws are a little more apparent now, I can still feel that excitement in every frame. Spider-Man's first real big screen appearance is still one of his best. Number 3, Spider-Man Homecoming. Okay, I'm gonna be straight with you. Because of this channel, I've easily talked about Homecoming more than probably any other film in my entire life. So I'm gonna try to keep it short here. Homecoming built on the MCU's past in such a smart way, giving us one of my favorite Marvel villains. And its younger Spider-Man, more inexperienced and prone to mistakes, really nailed what I love so much about Bendis' Ultimate Spider-Man. Holland is, in my opinion, the absolute best live-action Spider-Man in costume. He's funny, anxious, and always improvising. When it comes to watching Spider-Man just hang out and patrol the city, I don't think any other movie has come close. Number 2, Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse. This movie, being as good as it is, was definitely the biggest film surprise of 2018. I've seen it probably a dozen times now, and every time I do, I'm struck by all the love and detail that they put into this thing that I didn't even notice before. It's a really incredible balancing act, with things like Miles' school problems, his uncle's death, the concept of the multiverse, and a cartoon pig all fitting together perfectly in a way that never feels forced or jarring. It has one of the most unique versions of Peter ever put on screen, but that never shifts focus away from this being Miles' story. And in my opinion, it's probably the best superhero origin story movie since maybe Iron Man 1. And that's just one element of a film that's packed with gorgeous visuals, well-directed action, and a cast that's stacked with characters who could easily carry their own film. I was pretty tempted to put this at number 1, like I really was, and I could probably be talked into it, but there's one movie that still tops it for me. Not that that takes anything away from this Oscar-winning achievement. Number 1, Spider-Man 2. So, number 1 hasn't changed. I wouldn't blame anyone for preferring the more recent Spider-Man movies to this one, but at the end of the day, it's still unbeatable for me. And the reason is pretty simple. This is a movie about the cost of being Spider-Man. And to me, that's maybe the most interesting element of this character. The daily grind of just being a superhero and how it tears apart nearly every relationship in Peter Parker's life. It's an idea that's just done so well here. Now, it's a movie with a lot of light, goofy Raimi charm, very far from like the grim dark of a Zack Snyder film, but its secret weapon is just how seriously it takes its characters. It's a movie that isn't afraid to just let us sit with Peter, May, or Otto, and it gives us those Evil Dead-inspired Doc Ock scenes right alongside quiet, tense conversations. From the train fight to Doc Ock's sacrifice, this is just a movie that understands what I find appealing about Spider-Man, and maybe superheroes in general. It's larger than life, but also quietly personal, and those things sound like a contradiction, but Raimi really had a way of making it work.
I've made quite a few videos about Spider-Man since the release of Homecoming this summer, and most of them were very positive. I really enjoyed what Marvel Studios and Sony were able to do with the character. But I noticed a trend in the comments too. While many agreed with me about Homecoming, there was a lot of grumbling about what Marvel and Disney were doing with Spidey on the small screen, in his new show, not so creatively titled Marvel's Spider-Man. So even though, cards on the table, I'm not the biggest animation guy in the world, I decided to check it out, because I mean everyone was acting like this was the worst thing to happen to Spider-Man since One More Day. So I sat down, watched the origin shorts online and the first episode, and then out of fairness and not wanting to judge a show completely on its pilot, I watched 2 more episodes, skipping ahead to episode 11, Halloween Moon, and episode 12, Spider-Man on Ice. So was it as awful as I'd heard? Well, yes and no. So the Spider-Man show before this one, Ultimate Spider-Man, was a more comedic, jokey take on the character, which was apparently a big hit with kids. Personally, I thought it was kind of a hyper-caffeinated nightmare, but hey, what it was trying to do, it was doing well. Where Marvel Spider-Man is attempting to get back to a more serious-ish approach. And sadly, I wouldn't really say it succeeds. I feel a little goofy judging the show too harshly, since I'm well out of its target demographic, but cartoons like Spectacular Spider-Man show that you can create stories written for the characters that are smartly written and satisfying for all ages. And really, that's exactly what most classic Spider-Man stories in the comics do too, and this show just really can't hold a candle to those. I guess I should start with its depiction of the webhead himself. Peter Parker, voiced here by Robbie Daymond, is fine, I guess. The show picks up with Peter already having his spider powers and fighting crime in a cheap costume, much like Homecoming. In fact, it's clear that they were taking cues from the MCU Spider-Man in a lot of ways, and really embracing the awkward geek angle to the character. But I think they pushed it a little too far. Sometimes Peter is so bad at reading social cues that he comes off more like Sheldon Cooper than any recognizable version of Peter Parker.
Peter Parker! P is in phosphorus, E is in electron, T is in...
Okay. The world's premier chemical research facility and electronics manufacturer.
Sorry.
Are, of course, observation, hypothesis...
prediction, experimentation, and conclusion. Sphenopalatine ganglioneuralgia. Can't you just say brain freeze like everyone else? But that wouldn't be accurate. One theory is, when the brain senses cold, it moves the blood through the cerebral artery to regulate darkness.
Ugh, where is Flash Thompson to shove this kid into a locker when you need him? To be fair, they seem to tone this down later on in the show, and I actually enjoyed the Peter Parker of Halloween Moon, which I think was my favorite episode of the 4. So hopefully I can just chalk this up to shaky first episode writing. But one thing that does stick around is the show's obsession and absolute worship of science. Or didn't you hear that?
Science is the new currency.
Like, it's kind of bizarre how often this show feels like that one scene from Breaking Bad.
Yeah, Mr. White. Yes, science!
I mean, everyone, well, okay, most people like science, right? There's nothing wrong with the cartoon that wants to get kids excited about it. But in some ways, I think it hurts the show. In the first episode, Peter is accepted into this fancy private school called Horizon High, a school that only admits geniuses. And I hate it. I hate everything about this dumb school. Everyone who goes there, including familiar faces like Gwen Stacy, Harry Osborn, and Miles Morales, are presented as these super geniuses capable of building Tony Stark-level tech in high school. And I know Homecoming had Peter going to a pretty upscale STEM school, but Horizon High is on a whole nother level. Pretty much everyone at this school could whip up some insane gauntlet or laser beam in about 5 minutes. It really robs Peter Parker of his relatability and down-to-earth heroism when all of his pals are basically mini Reed Richards.
It's that web-slinging weasel!
The audience is supposed to love this school and be in awe of how smart they are, and they just seem like huge assholes. In the first episode, Max Modell, Horizon's principal, goes to Midtown High and makes this speech where he says that only one of the poor, stupid plebs at the public school will be admitted, and then he has the students roll out a vibranium reactor, which immediately explodes and burns down Midtown High's auditorium. No one seems to care all that much though, and once Peter fixes it, he's admitted into Horizon High. Sorry kids, I know you wanted to go to the genius school, but we already gave it to that annoying kid. Yeah, you know, the one that can never shut up?
Keep a leash on Parker, will you? Our tour is about to begin.
Yes, sir.
Oh, and I hope nobody was signed up for drama class this year because, yeah. Anyway, we're going back to our shiny future school now. Have fun fixing the hole in the roof. Okay, I'm probably overreacting to this a little bit. I'm just saying, Max Modell is the worst. Getting back to this show's science obsession, I think this really affects Harry Osborn, who is pretty much unrecognizable here. No offense to James Franco, but the character of Harry Osborn is mostly defined by two things in my mind. An incredibly bad haircut that's managed to stick around since the 60s, and his crushing mediocrity. And that second part is more important than you might think, because the classic versions of Peter, Harry, and Norman Osborn have a pretty great dynamic. Harry is basically a good kid, but he was never particularly smart or ambitious. And Norman, being both those things plus a raging sociopath, regards him as a pretty major disappointment. Norman, as much as he may hate Spider-Man, sees Peter as the son he wishes he had. And even though he may want him dead, he also respects his intelligence. That dynamic isn't really present in the new show. Because even though Norman is still a huge hard-ass who's a terrible father, his reasoning doesn't make as much sense. Because Harry is a super genius in this cartoon. In the last episode I watched, he invents this ice gauntlet glove thing, which is capable of freezing the entire city. He's confident, collected. In other words, he's just not really Harry Osborn. Speaking of that ice glove, it gets stolen by a criminal who becomes Blizzard, a pretty obscure old Iron Man villain. And he can use it for just about anything, like he builds a giant ice suit for himself to fight in. So Peter and Harry decide to build the opposite of their ice glove, which again they invented, and they build a flaming sword. That's it. The ice glove they made can turn you into a supervillain. Their follow-up is just, it's a sword. On fire. So yeah, when he tries to fight this giant monster with a flaming sword, it doesn't quite go well. Anyway, that's probably enough nitpicking the plot of a cartoon. So I'll just get back to my impressions about the show as a whole. Like I said, I'm no animation expert, but I don't like the character designs in this show. They're very minimal and cheap looking. But that's not necessarily a bad thing all the time. Spectacular Spider-Man also had very simplistic character designs, and they had those for a very good reason. It allowed the animators to spend more time and money on the action sequences, which were fast, well animated, and very kinetic. Like, there's some sequences in that show I would put up against any of the Spider-Man movies. The new show isn't nearly as good at this, but it's no slouch either. And when you compare it to the more stilted, choppy action of something like the 90s animated series, it's easy to see why they went for the minimalist design. So even though I don't love the look, I guess I'm mostly okay with the animation. I also think they do an alright job with the villains, aside from the Vulture in the pilot who's just, like, embarrassingly bad. I especially liked Man-Wolf, a character I've never thought got enough recognition. His fights with Spider-Man and the Hulk were a lot of fun. And his episode, Halloween Moon, made good use of both the school setting and the entire cast. It also had a Halloween-themed plot that was goofy and cartoony, but in a more fun way than the rest of the episodes.
If you think that's the end of old Webhead's troubles, think again.
Ultimately, though, Marvel's Spider-Man is a pretty unsatisfying watch, because it feels like the people behind it aren't excited to be making it. And that's disappointing, because whether you're talking about spectacular Spider-Man's well-told stories and great characterization, Spider-Man the Animated Series' ultra-nerdy and ambitious story arcs, or even Ultimate Spider-Man's complete commitment to its wackier take on the character, most past Spidey shows, for whatever their flaws, have felt like they were made by people with passion. Marvel's Spider-Man feels like it was made on a corporate mandate to make a new show that brings the cartoons more in line with Homecoming. So is the new cartoon the worst Spider-Man cartoon ever? I mean, as much hate as it gets, I'd have to say no. Have you sat down and watched the 1981 Spider-Man cartoon lately? Or how about the god-awful Spider-Man Unlimited? I'm just saying, there's a lot of bad Spider-Man shows to pick from. And you know what? If kids love this show, that's great. I remember being around 6 or 7 and having my mind completely blown by Spider-Man the Animated Series Secret War episodes. Seriously, for years I thought those episodes were like the pinnacle of cartoons. They felt epic, like on the scale of Lord of the Rings. And now when I go back and rewatch those episodes, they're kind of a mess. The entire first half hour is an exposition dump, and a lot of the dialogue is really bad. I guess my point is that kids are able to bring a level of imagination to things that really aren't that great. So if this gets them into the character, awesome. Instead of, shouting them down in YouTube comment sections for not liking the right Spider-Man, maybe just direct them to the Spider-Man stories you think are worth checking out. Marvel Spider-Man is far from a great show, but it's also just another entry point for kids into a character that we all love. And you know what? I really can't work up too much hate about that.
When the latest cartoon to feature the webhead, just called Marvel's Spider-Man, started, I made a video about what I saw as some of its biggest flaws, but concluded by saying that if this show gets kids into the character, then I don't really mind. In my ranking of the Spider-Man cartoons, I mentioned how the animation had improved in Season 2 and it was becoming a better show. And in many ways, I think it has improved since those early episodes. The newly retitled Spider-Man Maximum Venom looks a lot better than the show ever did in Season 1. I'm still not a fan of the show's aesthetics and character design, but even I can admit that Venom's slithering symbiote body does look pretty cool. I especially like when he's just like shambling around without being attached to a body. And in general, the action sequences feel a bit smoother and more refined than some of those ugly fights against like Vulture in the early going. But going back through this show, and the first new episode of Maximum Venom, there's just something about it that's always gotten under my skin. And as the show's cast has continued to expand, the problem has only gotten worse. That's what I want to look at this week. Why I think this show fails Peter Parker at best, and at worst, kind of provides the most terrible jumping on point for kids for Spider-Man possible, as it fundamentally gets the character and his world deeply wrong.
Who dares? Face me, coward! Face a worthy foe! Spider-Man? He's stealing Octavius's device!
In the very first issue of The Amazing Spider-Man, Peter Parker attempts to join the Fantastic Four, but quits when he discovers that they don't pay a salary. This is presented as a little selfish on his part, but it also acknowledges a reality of Peter Parker's life. Unlike Reed Richards and the rest of the team, Peter doesn't have a skyscraper in Manhattan to work from. He faces an economic reality much closer to poverty than most Marvel heroes do. And that's not the only thing that separates him from many other superheroes. I think there's a reason reason that, for most of Marvel's history, Spider-Man could never quite join the Avengers. In The Amazing Spider-Man Annual No. 3, all the way back in 1966, Spidey tries to join the Avengers, but ends up butting heads with almost all of them. This was back when the Avengers headquarters was literally a mansion. And to early Spider-Man, all of the plotting and planning done there felt really disconnected from just going out into the city to help people. For most of his history, Peter preferred to work alone. I bring this up because Maximum Venom is kind of the opposite of all of that. The MCU Spider-Man films are often criticized for making it feel like Peter Parker is in the shadow of Tony Stark, but I feel like that really pales in comparison to what this show does. To me, the character has never felt more disconnected from his roots as a working-class neighborhood hero. Well, okay, give or take a Spider-Man Unlimited. But Spider-Man and nearly his entire supporting cast exist in this futuristic tech utopia that feels super disconnected from pretty much everything around it. Horizon High is what almost everything in this show centers around, and it's this shiny campus that looks like something Squidward saw in the future. And it's gotten to the point where Horizon High kind of feels like the real lead of the show. Adventures at Horizon High starring Spider-Man would probably be a more accurate name, as the school has become the center of basically everything in the show and has taken almost every character with it.
Not so fast, Electro, because Spider-Man's back, and you'll need more than the city's power supply to take on Spidey's...
Okay, I'm gonna say something so simple that it probably seems completely obvious. When you have a large cast, it's a really good idea to make sure that there's a lot of different personality types. Otherwise, you run the risk of characters coming off as too similar and kind of blending together. A show that does this really well is something like Firefly from Avengers director Joss Whedon. Every character has a very, very distinct voice and personality. You would never confuse a Simon line with a Jane line, or a Zoe line with a Kaylee line. This is really important, since each character brings something new to the table and goes about tackling the conflicts of the show in different ways. Pretty no-brainer stuff, right? But this cartoon really throws all of that out the window, because most of the cast, Aunt May aside, either works at the school or is a student there. And if you're connected to Horizon High, well, you're basically a mini Tony Stark. It doesn't matter if you're Peter Parker, Miles Morales, Harry Osborn, or Gwen Stacy. If you go to this school, you can read off reams of technobabble. Pretty much everyone Spider-Man knows can talk like the engineer of a Starfleet ship at the drop of a hat. Of course, Peter Parker has always been a very science-minded person, and I don't even mind if they have a few more tech whiz types on the show too. But after a certain point, it starts to feel like every character's defining trait. You have all of these geniuses going to a high-tech, very rich-looking private school that only other geniuses get to go to. And pretty soon, the Spider-Man cast, which once featured characters from so many different backgrounds and walks of life, now feels totally homogenous. The characters just start to feel interchangeable, and maybe worst of all, there's something a little off and a little creepy about a Spider-Man who seems to only know and interact with people at this elite school. It really takes away from the everyman quality of the character. When you couple that with the fact that most of the problems in the show, like Venom breaking free and causing havoc in the city, are basically all Horizon's fault in the first place, things in this cartoon seem even weirder. Instead of being the friendly neighborhood Spider-Man, Peter Parker here feels like a member of an elite class who has to clean up the mistakes of his fellow tech geniuses when their inventions and experiments inevitably break out and start hurting regular people. Now, I don't mean to make this sound too serious. Like, at the end of the day, sure, it's just a Spider-Man cartoon. But I do think that this is a terrible introduction to the character and what he stands for. Now, I'm sure there's plenty of people out there that watch the show and might think I'm being too harsh. Hasn't the show improved over the years? And in a way, I definitely agree. When it comes to villains and the storytelling, Maximum Venom was a big step up from Season 1, as was the Superior Spider-Man arc from Season 2. I think they're doing some legitimately good stuff there, and I'm interested to see where they could take its story now that there's this entire planet of Venoms involved. It would be really cool to see Null or another character inspired by Donny Cates' run on Venom. I don't want to take that away from the show, but for me, the heart of any Spider-Man story, especially a Spider-Man cartoon that's expected to introduce kids to the character, is Peter Parker himself. There's a lot of Spider-Man content out there. Decades of animated series, plenty of movies, even a video game that's one of the best of this generation. And of course, the comics themselves. So with all of that available, whether you're an adult or you're looking for an entry point into the character for a younger fan, I just don't see this ever measuring up to some of the other options out there, because this Peter Parker just doesn't feel like Peter Parker to me. I get that humor is highly subjective, and there's plenty of Spider-Man out there with really bad jokes in it, but this kind of takes it to a whole nother level.
Don't let my new style fool you. I'm the one, the only, the original friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. Howdy, y'all!
Now, if the jokes in this cartoon do land for you, that's great. But the issues with Peter Parker in this show run a lot deeper than that. Like most of the cast, many of his stories just center around Horizon High, which feels more disconnected from a real school than like Professor X's school for mutants. Unlike, say, Spectacular Spider-Man, which presented us with a teenage Peter balancing his superhero responsibilities with the small and relatable problems of going to high school, this show is far more interested in leaving most of that behind and having the students, like, accidentally invent deadly robots. It feels so divorced from the kind of storytelling I love from a Spider-Man series. And compare this to the PS4 game. I didn't love every story choice that game made, but it absolutely nailed Peter Parker. He was a scientist, but a scientist that didn't feel like he existed in a bubble. There were characters like Miles and MJ who weren't tech experts, but had their own skills and viewpoints that he respected. In the world of this Spidey cartoon, if you're not a science genius, don't expect more than a line or two. Spider-Man may have once rejected the Fantastic Four and the giant tower that they lived in, but now he just feels more like them than ever. And maybe that's fine, it's just not Spider-Man to me. So this isn't really the video I expected to be making about this game. Even an hour or two into my playthrough, I was feeling confident that Insomniac had crafted another incredible Spider-Man experience that could proudly stack up next to their 2018 game. By the time the game ended though, my opinion on it had fallen quite a bit more than I expected. That's not to say it's a bad game, it's not. It's built on a rock solid foundation of the previous game, and that's far from nothing. I even appreciated how the emphasis on stealth made combat encounters a little more challenging and strategic, as opposed to how I usually battled with Peter, jumping headfirst into the fight. I could have done without some of the obvious and pretty boring puzzle sections, and the frame rate dips on my base PS4 became pretty annoying in my last hour of the story and remained that way after I finished the campaign. But overall, the gameplay here is every bit as good as I'd hoped, so what's the problem? Honestly, I have some pretty big issues with the story itself, and that's what I want to dig into today. Oh, and in case you couldn't tell, I will be getting into plot details, so consider yourself spoiler warned, and if my audio sounds a little weird this week, sorry about that. I'm in the middle of moving and things should be back to normal next week. But with all that out of the way, let's talk Miles Morales.
Spider sense tells me this cake isn't for eating. It's for throwing!
The game starts spectacularly, with a chase through the streets of New York and a really fun boss battle with Rhino. Sure, seeing Miles and Peter fight alongside each other isn't quite as novel as it was back in 2012 when Spider-Man released, but it's still a lot of fun, and honestly, I was on the edge of my seat for this whole sequence. After Miles manages to save the day, we're introduced to Simon Krieger, CEO of Roxxon, a fairly minor Iron Man villain from the 90s who is being used here as kind of a Elon Musk, Mark Zuckerberg type stand-in. He immediately comes off as smug, self-serving, and disingenuous, and he ends the game being smug, self-serving, and disingenuous. That's something that becomes pretty obvious with this story early on. What you see is exactly what you get. Now, to be clear, I'm not saying there should have been a twist revealing Simon actually has a heart of gold or anything. I actually think his motivations are really dark and thematically appropriate for the game. He's chosen Harlem for the site of launching Newform because he believes he can get away with sweeping the disastrous side effects under the rug there. Spurred on by people like J. Jonah Jameson, who basically says the residents of Harlem should be happy they're receiving Roxxon's business at all. It's a solid, creepy concept for a Miles Morales story. My problem is with Simon himself. He's so boring, and there's almost nothing about him that elevates him above a stock character. And that might be okay if he was more of a shadowy figure that we really only hear from in interviews, but he's in a lot of this game, and as a villain, he's nowhere near close to the standards set by Doc Ock or Norman Osborn in the first game. He's just kind of a boring mustache twirler through and through. Then there's the Tinker, Miles' old friend Finn, who is hell-bent on stopping Simon no matter the cost. And okay, maybe I'm the millionth person to point this out, I'm not sure, but can we talk about how this is kind of an identical dynamic to the one found in the first game between Otto Octavius and Norman Osborn? We have one villain who is far more sympathetic and close to Spider-Man on a personal level. They're both scientific geniuses who have very legitimate grievances with a powerful tech CEO, but they push things too far and endanger innocent lives in the process, forcing a final boss fight where Spider-Man dodges their attacks while begging them to see the error of their ways. Obviously, the 2018 game is much longer, but when you boil it down, so much about these stories just feels way too similar to me, and that's a problem. Some of my favorite stuff in the game is actually found in the app missions. That's where Insomniac's writers did a great job of filling out Miles' world and making him feel truly unique from Peter Parker. But the main campaign, I'm not gonna lie, it feels phoned in to me. Like they took the basic skeletal structure of the first game, stripped it down to its bare essentials to suit a shorter story, and called it a day. Because I think what works best in the main campaign is the stuff that feels the least like Peter's story, Miles' relationship with his uncle Aaron. Now this may be a little bit dampered by the fact that Into the Spider-Verse already pulled off Aaron's story so well, but I still feel like we should give the game some credit for how much it improves Aaron from the one-note villain he is in the Bendis comics. I won't go too deep into those old problems now, but Godzilla Mendoza did a great job of breaking them down in his video about Miles from last year, which I'll put a link to in the description. As for this take on Aaron though, I like it. I don't love the Soundwave missions that he gives you, like I think those are some of the most boring mission types in the game actually, but character-wise, this is a great Prowler. The fact that Miles' dad was murdered in the previous game really adds an extra dimension to Aaron, and you can see his point of view in wanting to stop Miles from doing anything that could get him killed too. Now, I do have a problem with how his story resolves, which I'll get into a bit later. Overall though, I think it's safe to say that Miles Morales as a game is much better narratively when it's doing things that don't feel like retreads of Peter's 2018 story. Speaking of though, let's talk about the Tinkerer herself, Finn. On paper, I like the concept of them taking this kind of boring C-lister and reinventing them. It's not a bad idea, but the problem here is kind of the same issue I have with Krieger. With Finn, what you see is exactly what you get. She's rightfully upset over Rick's death at the hands of Krieger and Roxxon and will stop at nothing to take them down. The game goes out of its way to really sell you on this Finn and Miles friendship, even including this extended flashback where you control a younger Miles while they're at a science fair. It just doesn't quite work for me though, like I just feel that it's a bit forced. If Finn had had even a minor role as Miles' friend in the first game, I think it would have gone a long way towards making them feel like authentic friends, but I don't think this short campaign really has time to get to the heart of their friendship or explore it in any meaningful way. We're told they stopped hanging out as much after Miles was admitted to his more upscale private school and Finn wasn't. And that would have been an interesting way to build some conflict between them. But the writers just kind of leave that on the table, making it all about Rick's death. But we don't really know Rick, so he always comes off as more of a plot device than someone we're invested in. Then there's the gang she's helping out, the Underground, who are honestly probably the laziest group of villains in the Spidey PlayStation universe. Now they have a cool cyberpunk aesthetic, and that's definitely something, but I feel like they're there solely because this is a Spider-Man game and only punching Roxxon security guys would get old fast. Their whole motive seems to be that they want to be famous for doing crimes, and that's kind of it. I mean, sure, the Magia in the first game weren't exactly written with the depth and complexity of The Sopranos or anything, but they felt so much more organic to this New York than these guys do. The Underground feel completely stapled on, with only a cool art style going for them. The story itself ends very predictably. Miles saves the day, and Finn sacrifices herself to save Miles. It's all very well acted and looks great, but I'm sorry, it doesn't come anywhere near the complex mix of anger, disappointment, and betrayal that we see on Peter Parker's face when he lashes out at Otto Octavius for not living up to the man Peter always thought he was. It feels much more rote here, just the inevitable outcome of a small side adventure. And as we know from Into the Spider-Verse, Miles Morales stories can aim much higher than that. After the battle, things wrap up very quickly. We see that Aaron has turned on Roxxon and Simon Krieger is being publicly hauled off to jail. Not gonna lie, this put a bad taste in my mouth because it's just so pat and simple. I understand that it's meant to resolve Aaron's story, showing us that when the chips are down, he decided to do the right thing. But I think you could have that moment while giving us a more nuanced ending to Krieger's story. Because, I'm sorry, I will accept a lot of fantastical things in a Spider-Man story, but there's no way I'm buying that the police are cuffing a billionaire tech CEO and bringing him up on charges based on the word of a known thief. Now, call me cynical, I guess, but that put way too much of a everything is perfect now bow on things. I think it would be a lot more interesting and make a lot more sense thematically if the charges against Simon Krieger were quietly dropped and he got away with everything, even after Miles saved the day. To me, this moment summed up my biggest problem with the game. At the end of the day, it's telling a simple story that lacks the depth and subtext that it could have had. And that's a big missed opportunity. Am I saying you shouldn't play the game? No, definitely not. While I'd try to play it on something more powerful than a base PS4, there is a really fun game here, with cool new abilities to mess around with, and some really great looking suits to unlock. I think my favorite is the 2099 one. I really like the way his eyes emit this fog that look awesome in the cutscenes. And while most of the side missions are pretty low stakes, they're also very well written. I don't even really care about the whole Peter's face issue. Sure, that looked weird at first, but I got used to it. It didn't really bother me. But when it comes to the campaign, it just feels rushed. Retreading concepts from the first game, but with less emotional weight. It's not a bad game, but it fails to give Miles an adventure that lives up to Peter's. So, after a few years of speculation, rumors, and leaks, Spider-Man No Way Home is finally here. And I knew it was going to be big, but just looking at how these first weekend box office results are shaking out, I don't think I was expecting it to be as huge as it is. It has been a pretty bad year for theaters, but apparently people are very willing to show up for the webhead. But does the movie deserve it? I guess I'll just say my opinion right up front, absolutely. While not without its flaws, Spider-Man No Way Home is the movie I was hoping for coming off of Far From Home. When people talk about this film, the conversation is usually about the returning Spider-Man, the old villains, the Doctor Strange connections, but strip away all the bells and whistles from this movie, and I think you're still left with a classic Spider-Man story. A story that sees Peter Parker forced to deal with things going horribly wrong and having to make brutal sacrifices as a result. The MCU Peter Parker has faced a lot of criticism through the years. That he's a spoiled rich kid sidekick, that his adventures are too bubblegum compared to his predecessors. Some of those criticisms I felt were pretty overblown or unfair, and some I think had some truth to them. But I think this movie specifically did a great job of addressing those criticisms. Peter Parker loses almost everything in this film. His aunt, his home, his friends, and the future that he had planned for himself. All the result of decisions that he felt were the morally right thing to do. Those are obviously not the only kind of Spider-Man stories that can be told, but I do think sacrifice tends to be the cornerstone of this character, which the film manages to reinforce and underline. That's something I do want to dig into in this video, but first let's talk about the movie as a whole, what really works along with what didn't. So there's a lot of returning actors here, from past Spider-Man movies, from other MCU movies, even from Netflix shows. And one thing that I was really impressed with is how well these performances worked, even when they were playing characters initially conceived for a show or movie with a completely different tone. Maybe that doesn't sound like a big deal, but I don't think it should be underestimated. Alfred Molina and especially Willem Dafoe are really good here in what could have easily amounted to easy paycheck roles. The comedy in No Way Home is very different tonally from the comedy in Spider-Man 2, but Molina never feels out of step here, managing to fit the MCU's more verbally comedic tenor without undercutting what made his performance so tragic in the earlier film. Even Tobey Maguire, who's often accused of being a fairly limited actor, I think does some really solid work here. I'm not gonna lie, as much as the idea of the 3 live-action Spider-Men on screen sounded like a good time, I was also very nervous going in. These are drastically different Peter Parker performances from 3 very different actors, and I thought there was a decent chance that they'd have maybe one awkward scene together and then a big battle. And while this movie definitely does contain that big third act Marvel fight, Maguire and Garfield actually have a lot more screen time than I expected. And more than that, these performances don't feel like bored, obligatory cameos at all. Garfield, I feel like it's especially good. Sure, the spine of his story is pretty simple here, and maybe a little too literal, with him diving to save MJ, bringing him a bit of closure for how he failed to save Gwen Stacy. That's not exactly super emotionally complex screenwriting, but Garfield elevates it. He's a well-trained British theatre actor, very good at playing the sweeping emotional scenes and the fast-paced punchlines. And I thought a lot of the most funny moments in the film came from him. Honestly, this made me want to see him return to the role again in some form. Not take over for Holland, but maybe show up in a Spider-Verse, or a Venom sequel, maybe a Spider-Gwen movie. The guy is just a rock-solid Spider-Man whose films were completely mismanaged by Sony. And if he has any interest in reprising the role of Peter Parker, I think he should get to. I also liked how this Peter feels a little insecure next to the other Spider-Man here, talking about how he felt like he was the lamest one while the others reassure him that he's not. It was a good moment in a movie that felt like a real redemption for his take on the character. How the movie uses Maguire is really smart too. While I would have liked to have learned a little bit more about his life now, we really only get one vague allusion to how him and MJ are still together. It's a very minor complaint, but I think there is a small missed opportunity there. When Holland's Peter asked the others about the villains they faced, I think it would have been really interesting to hear something that happened years after the Raimi films, like Maguire's Peter having fought Kraven the Hunter or Hydro Man or something. Just to establish that yeah, some real time has passed for Peter and he's quite a bit older now. But they do give him one of my favorite moments in the film, stopping Holland's Peter from stabbing Norman Osborn to death with his glider. Not only was that a great scene just on its own, it also felt pretty perfect for Maguire's Peter, who lives with a regret of how he reacted to Uncle Ben's death. On a lighter note though, I think these guys just all played off each other really well, with a laid-back chemistry that could have felt forced, but I think managed not to. At least on that front, it really exceeded my expectations. Not that this screenplay is perfect or anything. I groaned at Osborn saying he's something of a scientist himself, in what felt like a really pandering and obvious reference to the meme. There were a few moments like that sprinkled here and there, but I think in Dafoe's case, it was easier to overlook because he was just having such a good time. There's a lot of returning bad guys here, but the Green Goblin really emerges as the true villain of the film. And Dafoe makes the most of it. They made the very wise choice to ditch his costume and mask early on, which I was happy about because while I love the first Spider-Man, that costume was never a favorite of mine. Dafoe is not wearing green face paint or anything, but his tattered clothes, and more importantly, Dafoe's expressive face, are more than enough to sell the Goblin here. The man is simply one of the best actors of his generation, and it's obvious that he had a great time returning to one of his biggest blockbuster roles. There is one thing with Norman that I found kind of odd. I don't think it's really a criticism necessarily, but the characterization of Norman Osborn felt pretty different here. Aunt May and Peter both take pity on him, and in this film, it makes total sense that they would. He's depicted as a flawed but ultimately innocent man whose mind has been hijacked by a monster. In Spider-Man 1, that feels a bit less clear-cut to me. Like the Goblin and Norman weren't two completely different entities, but simply part of Norman's brain telling him to do the things he knew he wanted to do and now had the power to do anyway. Like when he plays that trick at the end of the first movie where he pretends to want Peter's help to try to set him up to get murdered by the glider, I never thought of it as, oh, the Goblin is in full control here. More that both sides of himself were working in tandem to get what he wants, because Norman Osborn is a pretty terrible person. But I can also see how this film's take on Norman could still work with the continuity of what came before. So I'm curious to see what you think. Did they significantly change the characterization of Norman here, or was I misreading Spider-Man 1 all along?
Well, sequel time already, huh? Welcome back, I guess. I'm sure you miss me more than I missed you. Anyway, things have changed around here since last time, so...
Electro, Sandman, and the Lizard are also here, but they aren't given quite as much to do as Doc Ock and the Goblin. Max Dillon is just a completely different person, something that's acknowledged in the text of the film, that they dropped all the nerdy aspects of the character and just let Jamie Foxx play Jamie Foxx. I mean, you could really even say that Electro's whole motivation here is that he wants to stay in the universe where he's as cool as Jamie Foxx and isn't a blue guy who used to have a bad comb over. I've always hated the Amazing Spider-Man Lizard design, and I wish they had just redesigned him here like they did for Electro, but I know this take on the character does have its fans. Sandman seemed to have the least to do, but I really enjoyed his back and forths with Holland Spider-Man, which I wasn't really expecting. As for harsher criticisms, while I'm usually not the YouTube channel to go to if you want really in-depth analysis of a movie's visual language, I will say that some of the CG here just looked pretty rushed, especially in the third act. And while I wasn't expecting it at this point, John Watts' direction still lacks the inventive camera movement of Sam Raimi. I don't think any filmmaker has quite been able to capture the joy of web swinging like he did. This will be a deal breaker for some, and I get that, but I think the strength of the performances and the narrative is more than enough to overcome that here. And to be fair, there is some really fun Spider-Man action. I especially like some of the web-based attacks that felt straight out of Spider-Man PS4. This is a movie that remembers that Spider-Man can hit like a ton of bricks when he wants to, and Holland's Peter is now confident enough in his own ability that it doesn't shy away from that. Aunt May's death in the film is one of the things that took me genuinely by surprise. How it was staged was maybe not the best. It seemed like she should have been instantly killed by the glider, but then is able to stand up and have a conversation before dying. I think that's probably beside the point though, because the movie brings it where it counts. The camera really lingers on Holland's face there, in a way that reminded me of the scene when he's trapped under the rubble in Homecoming. And I think in both cases, it really proves he's up to the task of handling these moments, not just the light MCU jokes. May telling him the iconic Spider-Man motto before his death shouldn't work as well as it does, but I think the movie gets away with it because of the performances and because this iteration of the character has held off on that line for so long. Just taken on its own, I think that would be a pretty emotionally affecting death scene. But I think the movie also does a good job of having May's words there inform Peter's choice in the third act. I gotta say, I often really have issues with the last act of Marvel movies, especially in things like Black Widow, where any unique flavor that the movie has goes out the window and directors tend to just kinda go through the motions. But I think No Way Home has one that works. It reminded me a lot of Buffy's season 5 finale, The Gift. Partly because they're both battles that involve a bunch of scaffolding and the sky breaking open as beings from other realities pour in. But more importantly, it's where Buffy has to make a terrible sacrifice in order to stop it. Before I really get into what that choice means for Peter though, I should probably talk about Ned and MJ. I think this is Zendaya's best turn as MJ, easily. I always thought she was solid in the role, but she didn't have all that much to play. Here, we get to see more of her life outside of school. Things like her crappy job at the donut shop really help her feel like a more fleshed out character, not just a quip machine. I would have liked to have more of that stuff, honestly, but I'm at least happy with what we got here. She gets to drop her wall of indifferent sarcasm a bit more, which I think was really needed. They finally give her a lot more than one note to play here, and I think she played it well. And while these films may rely on easy Ned punchlines a bit too often, overall I continue to just really like this trio. While these two were never the most complex characters, they're really engaging performances, and the past two movies really helped the final minutes of this one work as well as they do. When I talk about things like Spider-Man, Buffy, or even just sci-fi and fantasy genre fiction in general, things like the choice that Peter Parker makes at the end of this movie are some of the moments that I value most. I mean, the idea that Peter has to tell Doctor Strange to have everyone forget who he is in order to save the world is ridiculous. It's the kind of broad operatic storytelling that can only happen in fiction that's this heightened and this over the top. It takes a fear and feeling that everyone can relate to, like what if I was completely alone, what if no one cared about me at all, and blows it up to literal cosmic proportions. That gives so much weight to this third act and really elevates the film above a lot of other superhero movies in my mind. Peter's choice made me think about not just the famous Spider-Man line that Aunt May said earlier in the film, but something said during the climax of Spider-Man 2 as well.
To do what's right, we have to be steady and give up the thing we want the most, even our dreams.
The idea that personal sacrifice is what makes Spider-Man heroic, far more than his powers, is something that I've always found really compelling about the character. And I'm glad it was emphasized here, at the end of this trilogy, in the most comic book way possible. That ending serves a few functions. It does address a lot of the problems that people had with this Spider-Man. Long gone is the billionaire's best little buddy, leading a comfortable life. He's isolated, and moving into an apartment that looks like the one from the recent Spider-Man games. I think the new costume is great, and him sewing it together himself was a nice touch. It promises a very different status quo for Holland's Spider-Man, one filled with possibilities. And you know what, I'm just going to throw it out here that maybe the next film can involve Matt Murdock more than this one did. I think where Peter is now works really well for a full Daredevil crossover movie. In the end though, I'm just glad that they pulled off this story as well as they did. There were a lot of moving parts to this movie, a lot of fan servicey elements that could have fell flat, and definitely a line here and there that did. But the core of this film is exactly the kind of Spider-Man story I love. And that, more than anything, is what I'll take away from No Way Home.
With Spider-Man 3 action figures and vehicles, the web-slinging excitement never ends. You can take out Sandman.
So, I want to talk about Spider-Man, which is not exactly unusual on this channel, I know. But this week, I really felt like honing in on one specific version, Andrew Garfield's Spider-Man. I've made videos about the Amazing Spider-Man movies and Far From Home, but this week I want to talk about the future of Spider-Man, specifically how Garfield's Spidey could be used in new and interesting ways, because I really do think there's still a place for this particular Peter Parker. The actor stole scenes left and right in No Way Home, and is one of the definite highlights of that movie. And while I still have some real issues with how the character was depicted in the ASM films, I don't think many of them come down to Andrew Garfield's actual performance. So let's talk about how, if he ever decides to return, he could best be used going forward.
What is more pure than good against evil? Wakey, wakey, Spider-Man.
Whenever I talk about the moves that Sony could make to improve their Spider-Man universe movies, I get a lot of comments saying that they should just stop making them, give the character back to Disney, etc. And like, I get it, believe me, I watched Morbius in theaters, I know how dire these Sony movies can be. But they're kind of not going anywhere. Sony is hell-bent on not losing the character and will continue pumping these things out for the foreseeable future. Sometimes, by the way, to pretty great effect. Even if you want to give Feige and company all the credit for the Holland films, Sony still managed to put out Into the Spider-Verse, which is a far more interesting and enjoyable movie than almost anything the MCU has put out lately. But on the live action side, I think it's clear they need to drastically change course, and the Andrew Garfield Spidey might just be the ingredient needed to do that. In my After Morbius video, I talked about the possibility of Garfield's Peter appearing in the next Venom film. I still think that would be a good idea, but if anything, I think it should be expanded far beyond that. Venom is a character that can and has supported his own comic book title for years, but few other Spider-Man villains can really do that, Morbius being a prime example. He's already not the most exciting foe in Spidey's rogues gallery to begin with, and now they were asking him to carry a whole movie. The Jared Leto of it all didn't help, but at the end of the day, I think this was just always a bad idea, regardless of the actor. I mean, when the trailers for Morbius initially came out, what were people excited about? For most, it definitely wasn't the chance to finally see Dr. Michael Morbius on the big screen. If they were excited at all, which granted is a pretty big if when it comes to this movie, it was because of the Spider-Man connections that the trailer showed off. Like the Vulture and that Spider-Man poster that was taken directly from the PS4 game for some reason. If you've seen the movie, you know that nearly all of that was removed once the film's release date was pushed behind No Way Home. Vulture's appearance was mostly confined to an extremely clumsy post-credits scene, and the Spider-Man poster was nowhere to be found. It made the whole thing feel extremely low rent and inessential, which was pretty accurate. I could keep ranting about Morbius all day, but really, if they're going to continue down this path of making villain-centric movies, and it definitely seems like they are, I think they really need to rethink how they go about it from the ground up. Venom is one thing, but for most of these guys, not having Spider-Man there makes very little sense, because that connection is often the only reason anyone cares about them in the first place. So here's a simple idea: put Spider-Man in the movies that are about Spider-Man characters. Could this still be a disaster? I mean, of course, Sony still needs far better quality control here and shouldn't be shoving these movies out the door just because they managed to land a movie star. All of that could still happen with or without Spider-Man. But I do think, if executed well, it would be a unique and interesting twist on the usual superhero formula. Seeing a Spider-Man story play out from the perspective of a villain or anti-hero isn't new in the comics, but I do think it could feel really fresh on the big screen. Especially since so many of Spidey's villains reflect back on Peter Parker himself in a way that's potentially really interesting. These would be their stories, not his, but he could actually play an important part in the narrative, instead of being a no-show and robbing all these characters of the reason they exist in the first place. Seeing Andrew Garfield's Spider-Man from a few different characters' perspectives would not only be unique, but potentially a way to build a great take on the character. Venom 3 would be the obvious place to start, but one idea I've always loved is an adaptation of J.M. DeMatteis and Mike Zeck's Kraven's Last Hunt. I've said it before and I'll say it again. It is nuts to me that we're getting all these villain films and no one is touching that story. The series sees Kraven burying Peter alive and attempting to take on the Spider-Man mantle himself, desperate to prove he's superior in every way before he can finally let go. Not only does it feature a fantastic character arc for Spidey himself, who when the comic came out was a slightly older Peter married to Mary Jane, it's also, and maybe even more prominently, an amazing Kraven story. It's a real character study of these two men, where both of them get plenty of time to shine. And it would be a great vehicle for both Andrew Garfield and an actor playing Kraven. It seems like there's just always a Kraven movie in development, but from what I've read, none of them are really drawing on this story specifically. Which I think is a shame, not just because it's one of the character's best, but also because it's so radically different from anything the MCU Spider-Man is doing. Which I think is hugely important here. These movies can't feel like MCU films, or what's more likely, a bad attempt at copying the MCU style. They need to be able to stand on their own 2 feet and excite people by being their own thing. Like how Morbius was marketed seemed entirely built around fooling general audiences into thinking it's the latest MCU offering. Not only is that dishonest, it's also just really lame. To fans, it immediately makes the movie feel like a tacked-on also-ran before the movie has even opened. Instead of constantly positioning their movies as vaguely MCU adjacent, Sony could take advantage of the fact that they're not bound by all the baggage of the MCU. They could take bold swings, with a stylishly shot, more unconventional take on Kraven's Last Hunt that could be a great calling card for announcing that their Spidey villain films truly do have their own tone and flair, beyond just feeling like a by-the-numbers origin story from 2006. I think Andrew Garfield could be the perfect Spider-Man for that kind of experimentation too. No offense to Tobey Maguire and Tom Holland, who I both like a lot, but Garfield is the most accomplished actor in that group in my opinion, and he'd be able to handle a really wide variety of tones and stories easily. I want his Spider-Man to not just return, but return in a way that feels meaningful beyond just fan service. Great comics like 1994's Marvels have done a fantastic job at showing what these larger-than-life heroes look like from a completely different perspective, and I think using that as an inspiration for some of these villain films could be a great basis to build off of as well. I'd also like to see more of Peter's life after No Way Home, even if it's from another character's perspective. I think that movie was wisely a little vague on the specifics of the other Peters' lives and their worlds, and this could be a good way to explore that without just doing a straight up Garfield Spidey movie that would directly compete with Holland's. At the end of the day though, if they're gonna keep making these movies, I just want them to be good. To have a reason to exist beyond an obvious brand extension. I think with some big adjustments and a fundamental rethinking of how they're approaching this material, Sony could eventually have some live action movies based around Spider-Man villains that they could be as proud of as Into the Spider-Verse or Spider-Man PS4. And Andrew Garfield's Spider-Man could easily be the uniting factor behind them all. If you've got the rights to all the Spider-Man characters, there's no reason to approach it in the most boring and uninspired way possible. If Sony doesn't learn that soon on the live action end, I think they can expect a lot more box office results like Morbius.
Welcome, Spider-Man. I am Kraven, the world's greatest hunter. We can begin our glorious contest of strength.
Spider-Man just turned 60 this month, meaning that it's now been over 60 years since Amazing Fantasy 15 hit newsstands and changed comic book superheroes forever. Originally, I thought about doing a video just about that issue, but really, what's there to say about the first appearance of Spider-Man that hasn't been said already? It's a story that's firmly etched in all of our cultural imaginations and has been for decades. So this week, I wanted to climb out on a limb and talk about an aspect of the character that I really think is worth discussing, his age. Now, I'm not the only Spider-Man fan to bring this up. Far from it. I know Godzilla Mendoza has actually mentioned this in a few of his videos, but I think there's a reluctance on Marvel's part to really let the character mature, and a perception that it's always a matter of time before he winds up back in high school. There's also, of course, the infamous One More Day storyline, where Peter Parker lets Mephisto dissolve his marriage to Mary Jane, complete with memory wipes, in order to save Aunt May, in one of Marvel's most contrived moments in the publisher's history. The reason for that was very simple. They didn't want Peter to be a married man anymore, and instead wanted to turn the clock back a bit and reposition him to be a bit closer to the Spidey of the 60s and 70s. Then there's the films. If you think about it, every live-action series has kept him in high school a little longer than the one before. Half a movie in the Raimi trilogy, an entire movie and a graduation scene in the second in Webb's films, and 3 whole movies in the MCU trilogy. And there's nothing wrong with high school Spider-Man stories, obviously. Some of my favorite Spidey, from the pages of early Ultimate comics to episodes of Spectacular Spider-Man, use the setting really well. It's just that with so much Spider-Man being out there, I think it's time to really embrace letting at least certain versions of the characters age. So that's what I really wanted to talk about this video. Of course, tell me what you think down in the comments, and if you like and subscribe, this video will probably get shared to more people.
Spider-Man attacked us at the Aberdeen Harbor.
So, okay, when talking about this subject, there's a few elephants in the room you just have to mention. The first is probably the most obvious. Yes, there are older versions of Peter Parker that appear in both Into the Spider-Verse and No Way Home. And whether you're talking about Jake Johnson's animated version, Tobey Maguire's big comeback, or Andrew Garfield's charismatic return, all 3 were well received by fans. But none of these films center around those characters, as they're more mentor figures to Miles Morales or to the MCU's Peter. Which is fine, but it's a very different thing than a movie about an older Peter where he's the emotional core of the story being told. Secondly, there's the PS4 game, which does manage to set itself apart in Spider-Man adaptations by focusing on a Peter in his mid-20s, one who is well out of high school and has even already had a past relationship with MJ when we meet him. He's not old here by any means, just a little older than a lot of the high school versions we've had lately, and I really hope this version of Peter continues to grow and isn't stuck in the arrested development that the comic book version has found himself in so many times, where no matter what happens, the reset button will be pressed and things will revert to Peter being a single, youngish guy living with roommates. Again, nothing wrong with that, it's a perfectly good jumping off point for Spidey stories, we've just seen it so many times at this point. Speaking of comics, there is one title I really wanted to highlight here, Chip Zdarsky and Mark Bagley's Spider-Man Life Story, which has a very simple, very effective premise. treating Peter Parker's journey as if it occurred in real time and watching him age from the early 60s onward. Not only was this one of the best Spidey stories of the past decade, I think it offered a really tantalizing look at the story possibilities that open up if you allow the webhead to age. It creates new avenues of storytelling, new barriers for Peter, and a chance to see the lessons that Spider-Man learns in his adventures really play out in his life. Years ago now, I made a video about Into the Spider-Verse and how fascinated I was by its Peter Parker, comparing him to an aging athlete, battling injuries and trying to stay agile and game ready for as long as possible. And honestly, that's an aspect of superhero fiction that I've always found fascinating, and Spider-Man is a great hero to use that way. So many of the classic Spider-Man moments are him straining to lift a concrete wall or collapsing after stopping a speeding train. He's powerful, yes, but this isn't easy for him. That pairs really well with storylines about the character aging, as we see him try to fight back the years and try to be the hero that people expect him to be for as long as humanly possible. But Peter getting older isn't just interesting because we have to see him adjust to his aging powers, it's also a real chance to look at the relationships in his life in a very different light. I'm obviously okay with Peter being unmarried, that is the majority of Spider-Man, but modern Marvel's reluctance to even entertain the idea of Spider-Man getting married or just being in a different phase of life, I find a little weird. 2015's Renew Your Vows, which imagined a world where Peter and MJ remained married and had a daughter, started a lot stronger than it ended, but I do think it served as a sign that yes, Spider-Man being married isn't automatically terrible. Not that it's automatically good either, but there's plenty of great Spider-Man comics where he's married and vice versa. Mostly, it's just not something we've seen a lot of in decades, and the premise of Peter Parker moving beyond high school and college romances into a more stable home life is something that actually feels fresh at this point. I know I'm a lot more invested in the romance between MJ and Peter in the PS4 game, where they have a lot of baggage from the past but still deeply respect each other, more than the fun but ultimately lightweight high school romance of the recent movies. Now that relationship did work well for those films, but I think the PS4 game does a better job at fleshing out that relationship and making it feel three-dimensional, something that's really aided by the fact that these are two adults with years of history together. Now, I don't want this to come off as too harsh on the high school hero version of the character. In the original comics, he actually graduated high school surprisingly early in the book's run, and I think it was smart of comics like Ultimate and Untold Tales to go back and tell new stories there. But that's become the default in adaptations through the years, to the point that the PS4 games really feel like a breath of fresh air in comparison. Spider-Man is one of the most beloved characters of the past century, and we've seen how well he can work in projects that span completely different tones. Everything from the classic Ditko and Lee comics, to Saturday morning cartoons, to the darkness of Kraven's Last Hunt and beyond. Like Batman before him, he's a highly versatile character, so I think it would be great, especially after so many Spider-Man movies, to really let him embrace that. No Way Home set up a new status quo for the webhead. Whether Holland wants to stick around or not remains to be seen, but it's clear that there's an opportunity here to move the character in a new direction. And with these actors now being quite a bit older than the characters they're playing, maybe a time jump would be the right move for the movie franchise, giving us an older Peter. Or, since Sony obviously has no plans to stop releasing these things, we actually give Holland more than 3 or 4 movies and check in with his Peter every few years as the character ages. I still really do like him in the role, and I think that it would be a great way to let him develop his take on Peter and move totally beyond the high school hijinks. Either way, I think there's a ton of possibility there, and I'd love to see an adaptation of Life's Story, though a Spider-Man period piece may kind of be an unlikely hard sell. Either way, Peter Parker is a great character, and one that can hold up to a lot of change and being put in a lot of different scenarios. I hope Marvel eventually does a better job of recognizing that, and letting Peter age and change in new and interesting ways, even if his mission stays the same.
Coward. Even for you.
Says the guy frantically erasing his search history.
After all these years, you're still just an ignorant child.
True, but that's part of my charm, isn't it?
We're getting closer and closer to July 7th. when the world will finally get their first look at the shiny new Spider-Man Homecoming. The internet is buzzing with speculation. How big of a role will Tony Stark play? Who's Donald Glover playing? What's Zendaya doing in this? Is she playing Mary Jane? Wow, there's just so much to talk about. Which means I'll be giving the internet exactly what they want. An entire video about the CBS Spider-Man show from the late 70s. That's what people want, right? Anybody? You know, it wasn't that long ago that turning a comic book giant like Spider-Man into a film or television show wasn't a recipe to make billions of dollars. It might be hard to picture these days, where directors and actors spend a ton of time trying to convince comic book fans that they'll treat the source material like some holy text.
So thanks for having me. You have no idea how much this means to me. I've always wanted to come here as a fan. And this is my first time, so here I am as a fan.
But once upon a time, comic book properties weren't exactly seen as surefire hits. Richard Donner's Superman and Tim Burton's Batman both had to hire popular, beloved actors to be taken seriously as anything other than low-rent and childish. Nowhere can you see this old mentality more than CBS's The Amazing Spider-Man, which ran for 2 short seasons starting in 1977. The show is remembered mostly as a punchline because of its hilariously dated effects. Of course, that's if it's being remembered at all. I remember being 6 or 7 years old and being a big Spider-Man fan before any of the Sam Raimi movies came out, and seeing the VHS cover of the show at Blockbuster. And I was so excited. A live-action Spider-Man movie? This is going to be the best thing ever. It just had to be. It had Spider-Man in it. So my parents rented it, and like any kid watching a 90-minute TV pilot from 1977 in the year 2000 would probably be, I was less than impressed. But all the buzz around Homecoming got me thinking about that show, and the vague details of it I could remember. So thanks to the wonders of the internet, I was able to rewatch it, and a few other episodes too. And they were, well, I'll get into it. First off, I apologize for the low quality footage. This show has never been released on Blu-ray or DVD, and it isn't streaming anywhere. The only releases of it are on VHS, so everything you'll see is transfers of the VHS tapes that some saint out there posted online. The 2-part pilot, which is a little over an hour and a half long, but manages to feel like 3, was directed by E.W. Swackhammer. These days, Marvel mostly gets, like, hip indie directors to direct their movies, cool directors, cool young and in-demand stars. Marvel can basically get whoever they want. In 1977, things were a little different. Apparently back then, if you directed 8 episodes of The Partridge Family and a few episodes of I Dream of Jeannie, and had an awesome name that sounded like a corrupt cattle baron, you were perfect to direct the screen debut of the world's most popular superhero. The show's Peter Parker is played by Nicholas Hammond, probably best known for playing Frederick Von Trapp in The Sound of Music 12 years earlier. 13 episodes in the show was done. Not because of bad ratings or anything, it did pretty well. I mean, today any network on Earth would kill for those numbers. But because CBS was embarrassed of becoming the superhero network, they had the Incredible Hulk, Wonder Woman, and Spider-Man. In 2017, this sounds like the CW's wet dream. But back then, CBS was afraid of their lineup being seen as too juvenile. And The Amazing Spider-Man was the least loved of the 3, so they cut it loose. And watching the show, that makes sense. The Incredible Hulk and Wonder Woman don't exactly hold up for me personally, but they were both shows that knew their formula and what kind of show they wanted to be. Spider-Man is confused. The show has no idea what it wants to be, other than vaguely likable and vaguely exciting. I guess I should talk about the pilot now. I don't think there's anybody these days that needs the origin of Spider-Man explained. We've seen it over and over again. But it makes sense that his live-action debut would want to go through it. But here's the thing. This pilot has almost no interest in its protagonist's origin story. If anything, it's more of a subplot. The show opens on an old man getting a checkup at the doctor's office, you know, like you want your Spider-Man show to, and then immediately gets into the villain's boring mind control scheme. When we finally get to Peter, who's a grad student already working at the Daily Bugle in this, he's talking to his level-headed, perfectly reasonable boss, J. Jonah Jameson. Seriously, Jameson is like a perfectly chill boss in this show.
I could get you what you want. Look, I appreciate your working your way through college. That's what I did.
Even more so as the show goes on. After the pilot, they recast him with an even nicer old guy who actually kind of likes Spider-Man. At least Robbie's there. He's basically the same as his comic counterpart, just a little younger, so I guess that's cool. Except he disappears after the pilot too. But anyway, what's weird about this Peter Parker is how little his own show seems to care about him. We watch him complain to Jonah and then work on a school project with his lab partner, who is in like one extremely long scene and never comes back. But his home life is really an afterthought. He still lives with Aunt May in Queens, which is kind of weird because he's 27 and not 16. But leaving that aside, in the pilot she's in 2 scenes, and then she gets recast and comes back in like 1 episode. It's almost bizarre how little the show cares about anything outside of Peter's job at the Bugle. And I'm not saying the show needs to be 100% faithful to the comics. You can't do supervillains because you think they'll be too expensive? Great. You want to give Peter a new love interest who wasn't in the comics? Fine. You want J. Jonah Jameson to be a boring, normal boss who barely ever raises his voice? A little weird, but okay. But if you can't even be bothered to include Uncle Ben as a character in the pilot of your Spider-Man show, is it even a Spider-Man show anymore? You're taking your hero's main motivation, the thing that drives all of his actions after the first issue of the comics, and replacing it with nothing. Most of the beats are the same, spider bite, wall crawling, web fluid, but you've removed the most important part, the heart of the Spider-Man origin story. It's a weird choice, and his motivation makes almost no sense. I mean, sure, Peter Parker is a nice guy, I guess it makes some sense that he'd want to help people, but this Peter Parker doesn't really seem that nice. He doesn't seem like anything, really. He's like a polite, whiny blank slate.
Why'd you scare him off? I need those condensers. But I was going into Toshi Station to pick up some power converters.
And other than being good at science stuff and needing money, he doesn't really have any personality traits, let alone an actual personality. So why does he even decide to be Spider-Man instead of cashing in on his powers by wrestling or doing stunt shows like the comic book version of Peter did before Uncle Ben died? Because the script needs him to. Because the show's called Spider-Man, I guess. As for the Daily Bugle, I get why the show decided to spend so much time there. Network shows sustain themselves then and now by using a specific story engine. The Bar in Cheers, the Police Precinct in Hill Street Blues, Magnum's job as a PI, they use them to create endless sources of stories. A new client, a criminal, or a family member could wander in every episode, creating new situations for the characters. The problem with The Amazing Spider-Man is that the Daily Bugle is painfully boring here. None of these characters have an interesting relationship or play off each other in fun ways. The show seems to know this too, and tries to address it by giving Peter a charming, flirty relationship with JJ's secretary in future episodes. But it's just not enough. These characters are no Norm and Cliff, or even Magnum and Higgins. There's nothing about these characters' interactions that would make audiences want to tune in for them every week. Getting back to the plot, after Peter and his preppy grad school buddy make fun of an old delivery man for being scared of the radioactive material in their lab, Peter manages to get bit by a spider hiding in the radioactive material in their lab. Then he hangs out in his aunt's attic, gets superpowers, and then almost gets run over by a car in an alley. It's weird because while this is going on, the actual focus of the pilot is on the villain, a professor who works at Peter's college, who brainwashes people into robbing banks and committing suicide. He never returns after the pilot and isn't exactly a great character, so I have no idea why the writers thought that his scheme should take up the bulk of their first episode. There's also a few other main characters, like the cigar-munching angry police captain who doesn't like Peter, who I kind of like actually. The actor is really going for it at least. He should have been playing J. Jonah Jameson, not this boring asshole.
Hey, Parker, come here. Never mind the socializing, I want to talk to you.
Well, I'd like to congratulate you too, Captain. That was wonderful police work.
Ah, never mind the cauliflower. Where were you?
And there's also Peter's love interest, Judy, who is just kind of there. I watched this last night and I honestly can't remember one thing about her. But I guess we should talk about Spider-Man himself. In his first scene in the costume, I could figure out why I hated this show as a kid immediately. Spider-Man isn't Spider-Man in this show. He's like a weird silent mime in a costume. Sure, he'll yell and very occasionally talk, but he's never Spider-Man. Spider-Man cracks jokes in fights, and when he's not fighting, he's always got an insecure running monologue going, worrying about how rent is due next week, or how he accidentally stood up Mary Jane to search for the Scorpion. Yeah, sometimes it's corny, but it's undeniably Spider-Man. And 7-year-old me, like I'm guessing plenty of kids sitting down in their wood-paneled living rooms to watch the show in 1977, didn't recognize Spider-Man in this quiet, small-eyed weirdo. As for the special effects, I actually kind of like some of them. The POV shots where they strapped whatever the 70s version of a GoPro was to a stuntman and jumped between buildings was kind of cool. Or at least a really smart, creative way to handle web slinging, which I'm pretty sure was impossible to pull off with what they had. Sometimes the wall crawling looks pretty good, and sometimes not so much. And I'd say the same about the fight scenes. I'm pretty forgiving to the old effects, and I kind of enjoy watching the ways they'd figure out how to show his powers without much money or CGI. Sure, I could point out stuff like when Spider-Man is climbing on the side of a building, his shadow pretty clearly gives away that he's just crawling around on the ground. I mean, come on, Swackhammer, what are you doing, man? But that almost feels mean. They did the best with what they had, so I'm not going to fault them for it. Is there anything else I like about it? Well, I really like the scene where Spider-Man gets injured and tries to get a ride home in a cab. The cab rider understandably doesn't want to give him a ride, and he's forced to sneak into the back of a garbage truck. It doesn't really get much more Peter Parker than that. It was one of the few times that I really recognized the character I've known and loved for so long in the show. I like how when Peter first gets his powers, he can't stop looking at the tall buildings to climb up because he's just so excited about how awesome it is to climb walls. That was fun, and it really just expressed the joy of being Spider-Man well. Oh, and the scenes where the villain is mind-controlling everyone to kill themselves, it's actually pretty effective. I understand now why it's one of the few parts I remembered. It's a genuinely creepy sequence. And that's mostly about it. Nicholas Hammond is fine as Peter, but he's given almost nothing to play. The show as a whole is pretty underwhelming. But still, I think there's something worth looking at here, if only to see how much has changed. Superheroes have taken over pop culture. And if you're really young, it probably seems like it's always been that way. But all you have to do is pop in a couple episodes of The Amazing Spider-Man to see just how different we treat superhero adaptations today.
Here's a special tip for the fellas and girls who have not already joined Captain Midnight's new 1940 Flight Patrol. You'd better hurry up and join at once, because there's a big adventure ahead. The thing to do now is to get started, because we're going to have not only barrels of fun, but loads of free gifts and prizes, too.